Yes! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Thousands of anglers across the country, hundreds of universities competing to get to this moment. The Bassmaster College Classic bracket at Milford Lake. We cut it from the round of 8 yesterday down to the semifinals. Just 4 anglers remain, 2 different matchups. And this afternoon, we will break it down from 4 anglers down to the top 2. The finale tomorrow. We will crown a champion tomorrow afternoon. It has been a fun few days so far at the College Classic bracket, and this is how it ended yesterday. Easton Fothergill beating Jack Alexander in their matchup. Hayden Marvick coming back and beating Levi Mullins in their matchup on the left side of the bracket. Then we had Brody Robinson, the biggest bass yesterday. A 4-6 helps him prevail over his teammate Nick Dumke. Then Tucker Smith in one of the tightest matchups of the day, beating Matthew Cummings and advancing. So there's your final 4 heading into today. Fothergill versus Marvick. Robinson versus Smith. We have a all Montevallo, all Auburn semifinals, and we will see who advances to tomorrow's final day. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Elite Series Pro and former College Classic competitor Jake Whitaker. And then we have Mike Sukon. Guys, what a great day one it was. We got to see some guys catch them early and stick to their guns, some exploration as well. And then some guys, they needed the afternoon, and that is when they prevailed. They took the leads in their matchups to advance. Clutch fish by Robinson and Marvick to advance.
Yeah, again, I think today is going to be all about getting started off quick. You want to get a few fish in the boat, get a couple key ones, maybe a couple of those kicker-sized fish. Those 2.5-pounders are going to be key today. Again, and we saw some of those bigger than average fish show up yesterday with a 4-6 and a 3.5. So if those guys can get a couple of those, good-sized fish and throw a kicker in on top of it, those are going to be the guys that are going to advance to the next round.
Such, we had 3 different schools represented this week. We had 2 Montevallo teams, then we had Auburn, and we also had Bethel University. We knew we'd have 2 Montevallo anglers advance today, but we weren't sure would we get a mixture of Bethel or Auburn. It looks like we're going to have an all Montevallo, all Auburn semifinals. What are some takeaways for you looking into the Final Four today?
Well, we had 4 bags over 10 pounds. Pretty good matchups, pretty tight matchups of the big fish. Gave a couple of guys the decision there, but we'll see if they can catch it again today. It's jumbled up, and we got the chance of being 2 Montevallo guys in the final, 2 Auburn guys, or 1 of each.
This is going to be a fun semifinal day because this body of water is going to throw curveballs to these anglers every single day. Could the spot that you caught them on yesterday work out again? Possibly so. Will you need to find new water? Quite possibly as well. As we take a look at our playing field this week, Milford Lake in Kansas, not super big, 15,000 plus acres, but it is the largest man-made lake in Kansas, impounded in the 1960s. And the little bit of pre-tournament info these anglers may have gathered could also hinge on the 2018 College Classic bracket that we had play out here, one of the most dramatic and tightly fought events that we've had in the past as well. The only difference this week, Milford Lake 3 to 5 feet low depending on what readouts you check. So the water level is much lower than it was in 2018. That's changed up some of the structure that these anglers are fishing. But one thing we know, it's going to change every day. These anglers are going to have to bring it. And we also know that each day they're going to be able to learn from their mistakes or what they did right and try to do even better. We got to talk to some of our anglers this morning as they left the dock. Just right now, they're leaving the dock right there near Acorns Resort on the shore of Milford Lake. We've got 2 Auburn anglers, we've got 2 Montevallo anglers, but 1 angler has been in the bracket previously, and that is Tucker Smith, part of your national championship team. We got to talk to him this morning at the takeoff.
Yeah, to get into tomorrow, I think I'd need to catch a good bag, maybe 12 pounds. Just depends on how everybody else catches them. But, yeah, it's going to be not easy. Yeah, the wind's going to be less. I think it's going to be good, help to get a few more extra bites today, so we'll see.
Good morning, guys. Out here on Milford. Had a pretty good day yesterday. Caught a big one that kind of saved us. Lost electronics up front yesterday, so we kind of had to relearn the lake, considering did most of my patterning in practice using forward-facing sonar and just electronics. So yesterday we just kind of had to go fishing and figure it out. So now we've got 2 different deals going, hopefully if the same stuff from practice is going. So kind of excited to get out there today and just see what we can work out. Got a lot of bites yesterday, a lot of little bites. Just got to cross paths with a couple big brown ones today and maybe we can get it done.
I knew right from the get-go it'd be really tough. I knew it would just to get anything over 2 pounds really would be hard to come by, but you know, these guys are so good that they'll figure it out, and we'll just have to bring our A game today if we hope to move on to the final round.
Easton Fothergill brought his A game yesterday. What a great start that he had to the morning, had a limit before anyone else, and he'll be going up against Hayden Marbett, who took most of the day. Midday, he was down in his matchup to Levi Mullins by a significant margin, and then in the afternoon started to gain momentum and put in a couple kicker fish at the end of the day to prevail in his matchup against Levi Mullins. Easton Fothergill, though, Jake Whitaker, you said somebody's going to start quick and we're going to be able to watch them set the tone for the day. He was able to do that and then also went and practiced the lake in a lot of different areas.
Yeah, he was the one guy yesterday that got out and started quickly. As we can see here, he got a couple of those really good kicker size fish. Anything 2.5 pounds and bigger here is going to be a good size fish. Again, I think today that you know, they're going to be looking for a little more than what they caught yesterday. I think it's going to take 11 to 11.5 pounds to you know, to advance. So getting off to a quick start is key.
You got to see some adjustments in the afternoon with the windy day. He picked up a spinnerbait, the only angler to do so. We'll see if that comes into play today. Some lessons learned. Meanwhile, Hayden Marbett, we talked about it through a topwater bait. That's a great way in the morning to get a big bite, but that did not result in any big keeper fish. He caught some non-keepers. He also caught some small keepers, and then he caught some non-bass species. But when he picked up this finesse tactic in the afternoon, he was able to catch a two-pounder and change right there. And then when he caught that 3-pounder in the afternoon, that's the one that gave him a big call to pass Levi in his matchup.
Yeah, if he can, you know, figure out a way to get a couple fish early in the morning and then apply this technique that he used yesterday, he could be one, you know, one to watch. So, you know, we'll see. Whoever can catch that big one, I really think is going to be the one that's going to come out on top.
The Auburn team is our national champions from this year. They have both advanced. Meanwhile, team of the year, Easton Fothergill, he advanced in his bracket. Brody Robinson, the 3rd place national championship finisher, the 7th seed in the tournament, had one of the biggest weights yesterday because he had the biggest bass yesterday, a 4.5 pounder. And for what he said at the takeoff this morning, he was basically fishing blind. He didn't have his eyes under the water, his electronics, some issues there. We'll see if they got alleviated last night and if they work today. But otherwise, what a fantastic adjustment. When you lose your electronics, it can spin you out. If anything, he made a move from the dam and was able to pay off big time. Just structure fishing with visible targets he could see.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for him to have his electronics to go out, to keep his head in the game and just go fishing and trust his instincts was big for him. Again, that big fish, you know, saved him yesterday. He had that 4.6 that really pushed him over the edge. Can he do that again today, or can he just improve his average size fish? We'll see if his electronics work today, and it may help him do that.
Meanwhile, Tucker Smith, one of the most highly decorated youth anglers of all time, 3-time Bassmaster high school champion. He is the national champion for the College Series this year. He has won regionals. He has won Team of the Year. He's also won a $1 million tournament in his lifetime just a few years ago. He is one that was a favorite coming into it, but I wouldn't say he got lucky, but he had the lowest weight of anyone to advance yesterday in his pairings, not breaking the 10-pound mark.
I think Tucker knows that he's going to have to increase that size today. Got to find some better than average fish. But Tucker has been here before. He knows what he's got to do. He can adjust. And, you know, Tucker's going to be tough to beat.
8 pounds, 8 ounces for him yesterday. It might have been lower than everybody else that advanced, but it was higher than his competitor, Matthew Cummings. Tucker Smith advances in that 3-6 matchup. Now we have the top seed, the 7th seed, the 3rd seed, and the 4th seed all fishing here on Semifinal Sunday as we go out live with Brody Robinson looking to jump back onto his big fish pattern that he figured out yesterday for that 4.6.
Well, just broke off one, wrapped me up in something. Not how you want to start. Set this aside. I don't know, man. It just, yeah, it felt good, but I mean, I got one little pull on it and it was gone. I don't know really what happened there. It's a bite, though. Probably wasn't even a bass.
you catch yesterday?
I didn't catch a walleye yesterday. I've caught a walleye every day. Caught several walleye the first day. I think I caught my personal best crappie yesterday. Probably around 10 or 12 drum. Caught something else too. Oh, stripe. This place has all kinds of life in it, that's for sure. The first day of practice, I caught about a 4 and a quarter here. One of the only bites I had that day, and then caught that big one yesterday here, so I figured I'd at least give it a shot early because I fished at midday both days.
I hate to be doing this right now, but I'm not about to break a fish off first thing in the morning. This knot.
Brody and Tucker both dealing with losing and breaking off a fish early on the semifinal Sunday. You don't want that to happen, but we see that it has happened for that side of the bracket. They're still trying to get a fish on their tally today.
You got everything working on the boat today, you think?
Yeah. Yesterday I had a fuse get knocked loose. It didn't blow the fuse, it just knocked it loose at blast off. So I got that figured out and rock and rolling this morning. I hope I don't have to look at that screen too much, but we still got it if we need it.
You were saying, you were doing a Hail Mary here for this first spot. What do you think about this spot here?
Just, I mean, like I said, I've had 2 big bites here this week, and if I could, catch one here, right, because the bite window right here for some reason is midday, and it's weird, these fish set up real shallow midday, but they sit out deep in the morning. So I figured I'd just give them a shot. If I get 2 bites off of it instead of 1, it'd be a plus, because I definitely will be back midday. What it is just it looks like it's just a wind-blown sand point, but what it really is, there's a big bluff wall right here, and it's the rock vein coming off the end of the bluff wall. It's kind of just the extension of the bluff. And that's kind of what I've been patterning this week, is those rock veins and transitions off of bluff walls.
That is your 7-3 matchup. Brody being the 7th seed, Tucker being the 3 seed coming into the bracket this week. They both advance. Brody with the upset, so to say, just based on the seedings. So we make it over to his schoolmate, Easton Fothergill, on the other side of the bracket and not far from him on the body of water. We saw Easton's early morning spot right here yesterday pay off big time. Had 3 or 4 fish before anyone else caught any kind of
He said he
fish.
was nervous. He really knocked the rust off. He had been bedridden. He had a brain abscess and had to have brain surgery about a month ago, and he's been convalescing. He got cleared to fish just this week.
Easton's got a tremendous story. Him and his partner Nick Dumke from Minnesota came to Alabama for the University of Montevallo to compete on scholarship for the Bass Fishing Club, the Bass Fishing team, and him and Nick won Team of the Year this year, which would be your Angler of the Year, your MVP. That was the best team for the College Series all year long, points-wise. But like you said, Such, at the National Championship, he had some major headaches.
Bad headaches, yeah.
Some issues with fainting and passing out after the tournament, and they got a top 5 finish there after the tournament, went to the hospital and realized he had to have brain surgery, has fully recovered. He got cleared last week, and boy, did he set the tone yesterday that he was back and focused on fishing, and looks like he's doing better health-wise as well as he's hooked up with his first fish of the day. And when he doesn't get in the boat, but Easton Fothergill, he's on the hot spot, the best morning spot that we saw yesterday and so far this week. He's looking to get off to a good start today against Hayden Marbit. We will check in with Marbit and the rest of them when we get back from commercial break. But there it is, all Montevallo up top, all Auburn on the bottom. Maybe we'll have 2 Montevallo anglers advance, maybe 2 Auburn, or maybe a mixture of both. We will know more throughout the rest of today. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket is presented by Lews and by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. It is semifinal Sunday for the Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket. Thousands of anglers throughout the world have competed for this opportunity. We had the top 4 teams in the nation make it to this opportunity, 8 anglers individually. And by the end of the week, we will narrow it down to just one single champion who will represent the Bassmaster Classic and the Bassmaster Opens on behalf of the College Series. You can see the 2 Auburn anglers who have advanced to the right of your screen towards the dam in the southern part of the Milford Lake. And then you have the 2 Montevallo anglers not far from takeoff on the opposite side of the lake near each other there. And Easton Fothergill, the highest weight yesterday of anyone in the bracket. He had a fast start yesterday, and we know that it's going to be important for him to maximize this today as well.
I don't blame him. He's starting right in the same spot he did yesterday, where he got started yesterday, and it looks like he's already getting started early this morning.
Not even going to measure that one. Got to be 12 inches.
110.
Already,
I've already seen him change up from yesterday. Yesterday he started out with what looked like to be like a bait fish imitating bait, small swim bait, and it looks like that he just caught that fish on a jig. So
the hardest one.
Easton's already, trying to feel his way through this morning, figure out what these fish are wanting to bite, where they're sitting. We talked about
to poke out over the trees and they'll get right up on there.
Where he is fishing right now. This is basically the end of a bluff wall that is transitioning into a smaller rock to sand transition. So he got started really quick here this morning, and that is a good fish to start off with. Not a huge one, but a good fish to start off with this morning.
110 for Fothergill there. Like you said, yeah, Jake, it goes as the farther he gets to the right of this bank, the flatter it gets, the less rocky, the more sandy it gets. But he's been eyeing up a specific spot of this wall transition. Different approach today bait-wise, but he just mentioned if that sun can finally peek over those trees and fully rise up into the sky, obviously those fish will position differently. Maybe he'll be able to throw his swim bait again.
Yeah.
Now you notice Brody Robinson's right down the bank from him on our map, and yesterday everybody else started down near the dam.
That's correct. Well, and Brody's kind of fishing the same thing that Easton's fishing, and he even mentioned it, the end of a bluff wall that that transitioned into a sandy bank. But I think Brody is transitioning into that step down that is under the water, that's going from that flat bank, falling off maybe even into the river channel or whatever it may be. So maybe a little bit deeper than what Easton's fishing, but technically kind of the same type of structure.
You see Hayden Marbit, Easton Fothergill's competitor today. Hayden on the right side throwing topwater once again this morning, and this is the recipe for a possible big bite. But yesterday we saw a bunch of white bass, and we saw non-keepers, and then one small keeper come from a topwater. Does that surprise you a little bit with water temps around 70 degrees and kind of perfect conditions, a little chop on the water?
Yeah, I mean, obviously these guys have been able to get bit on topwater during practice or something because we saw a lot of guys throwing it yesterday. So a topwater is a fantastic option to get that kicker bite out of the way first thing in the morning. So he's going to have time for a couple, maybe an hour this morning to try to make that bite happen, and then after that it's probably going to die off. So we'll see if Hayden can't make the top water work this morning. Perfect chop on the water for it. I mean, that's basically exactly what you want. You don't want, sometimes you really don't want smooth conditions, but to have a little bit of breeze and chop on the water is perfect.
Weather today very similar as yesterday. Start a little bit lower winds, under 10 miles an hour. We'll climb over that though. As the day goes on, it's supposed to be sunny all day. Got some low, high clouds there right now.
Easton hooked up again.
Not a bad one.
Looks to be another 110 to 2-pounder maybe.
Oh yeah, we'll take him. 2.7. 2.7. 4 more like that one, and I think we're moving on.
Yesterday started the day with a 2.8 smallmouth and then added a 2.10 largemouth. So having a 2.7 there is already, I feel like Easton is,
I know there's big ones
has
here
the
too.
ability to be
Last
more
day of practice,
consistent.
I caught a 4-pound largemouth here and 2 3/4 yesterday. So they live here, just got to grind it out.
This spot right here that he's on is by far been the most action that we've seen as far as quality fish. We've noticed a lot of the other guys catching fish yesterday, but Easton's spot right here definitely has some good quality fish on it.
Catfish.
Oh. And it also definitely looks protected no matter how hard that south wind may blow today.
Well, and I was just looking at the drone view that we had of him there. If you look, so where he's at, basically all this spot is an indention in the bank where, for whatever reason, it's just a small ditch is coming into the side of the bank here that is, that is sandy at the back, but on both sides there's a point with rock on either side, and probably what that wind is blowing directly into the face of Easton and pushing bait straight up that wall and right over that point that he's throwing on right now. So really a cool looking spot, and obviously it's got some fish on it.
Humminbird bird's eye view showing us that, and you can see how when this was just a, what was it, the Republican River?
Yes.
When it was just the Republican River before it was impounded, where those river channels swoop by a bank and cut out the bluff walls and then go farther away and make the banks flatter. You can definitely see once upon a time what it looked like. And obviously we mentioned this lake is 3 to 5 feet low. You can see all of that growth, the reds and the green bushes and things like that would normally have water where it is, but it has been low all summer long. Changing up where some of these anglers are catching them. We talked about Nolan Miner last time we were here in 2018, catching them in 7 to 15 feet of water. Well, his 7-foot area would be only 2 feet this week. So some of those areas that may have played last time may not play this time. These anglers are having to figure it out, but Easton definitely has. I feel like Easton, would you, if you were Easton today, catch a limit off this, you got to leave? Like you want to, as many, if he could catch another limit off this tomorrow, like if he advanced today and he gets to do 5 more fish off this spot tomorrow, he's managed it perfectly.
Yeah, if he can get a couple more fish like the one he just caught, 2.5 pounder, and even like a 2 pounder is a good fish. So if he can fill his limit here with a good 5 quality fish, and then kind of ease out and again kind of expand on his water, maybe find a new place for tomorrow. But again, I just hesitate on giving these guys the benefit of the doubt of having 10.5 pounds and expecting that to be good. You're going to have to, you've got to catch as many good fish today as possible. So But with that being said, Easton's, well on his way to doing that. He's got a good spot, 2 quality fish in the boat. So he is well on his way to having a good day.
And these anglers started when we started our show here on FS1, and that sun off in the distance is just creeping over the horizon, illuminating Milford Lake. And the sun angle will change things for these fishermen. You see our bracket there, Fothergill versus Marbot, Robison versus Smith. Fothergill with 2 in the boat already, sitting right about 4 pounds and an ounce. We'll keep an eye on the leaderboard as it updates and all these fish start popping into our Bass Track leaderboard. But we'll be back with more fishing action from Milford Lake in just a moment.
Yes! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Lews at Milford Lake.
Welcome back to the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lews here at Milford Lake in Junction City, Kansas. Day 2, which is our semifinal action. We take a look at our Phoenix weather watch and what it'll be like today. Very similar to yesterday. Lows in the mid to upper 60s, highs in the 90s today. You're getting a little taste of fall and late summer. The winds blowing towards the north from the south, 10 miles an hour.
That's going to be a big deal today. That wind is, a huge factor in helping these fish bite. We saw it yesterday afternoon with Easton Fothergill, able to pull out that spinnerbait and cull up a couple times. And then we kind of noticed some of the other guys fishing a little more protected stuff, but I'd be interested to see if they can't make their way out more into that wind and try to, to capitalize on that bite. But
so Robinson moved down toward the lake, to the dam where he was yesterday morning.
He'll be back to that spot, I promise you. Anytime you catch a 4-6 off of a place, and he said that he was able to catch a couple other big ones off of it in practice, he'll be back. And he even mentioned that for whatever reason, it was more of an afternoon or a midday spot. So he'll be back. He's going to go try to fill his limit and then get back up there and catch a couple big ones.
We've seen that fish notoriously start out shallow, getting caught, and then you move out deeper as the day goes on. But Brody talking about these smallmouth maybe relating deeper once that sun comes up and you get a little bit of angle of the light penetration. We know smallmouth are great sight feeders, that when finally midday, maybe even afternoon, they get shallower and shallower. Is that replicated anywhere else that you've seen, Jake? Is that a pattern for smallmouth in certain places that are not Great Lakes oriented?
Well, for whatever reason, anytime you're fishing for smallmouth, they like that sun, and just like you mentioned, they are very great sight feeders. So again, that could be just pure opportunity that those fish are sliding up, starting to feed, or it's just maybe that's just what they do on this lake. But they definitely like the sunshine more than they do the clouds, from what especially when they're wanting to be shallow. So if those fish, that are wanting to be shallow with what the weather we're going to have today and as it being sunny, that should help those fish.
The guy who started strong for our round of 8, our first round of the bracket yesterday, was Easton Fothergill. He did that once again this morning. Not as quick of a start, but 2 fish early this morning, same area. This has definitely been his best, most consistent spot as well. He started with a 110 and then he added a 2.7.
And again, it's, obviously this spot is really good, but he's already had to mix it up from what yesterday. Yesterday he started off with that, small swim bait. This morning he had to pick up a jig. And again, 2 solid fish to start his day. That 2.7 is definitely one that he'll be able to keep throughout the day. Maybe he'll want to, try to get that 110 out, but those 2 fish are 2 good ones to start with.
Yeah, he reversed it yesterday. The first 15 minutes, he had about 3 pounds, 11 ounces with the 2.5 pounder first fish.
Out with Tucker Smith from Auburn University. Him and Hayden Marbot, who have advanced to the semifinal round today, are your national champions this year from Pickwick Lake a few weeks ago. We talked about it on the intro this morning. He is the most highly decorated high school and college angler that we have seen. The only thing that he doesn't have is a college classic bracket victory, and he would love to do that this week. But going back to 2018, Tucker Smith, we got our introduction to him at Kentucky Lake with Grayson Morris. They won the high school national championship. Hey, there I am, young Ron. I was in my early 20s in that shot there. Now I feel like an old man covering Tucker Smith. He was also the 2019 national champion with Grayson Morris. They went back-to-back in high school at Kentucky Lake. And then Grayson had to move on. He went to the University of Montevallo, and Tucker had one more year of high school. He got it done with his new teammate, Hayden Marbett. They notched a third consecutive high school national championship.
Pretty impressive.
I don't know that that'll ever be done.
No.
Yeah, I'm not going to say no, but it's going to be tough to win 3 in a row.
250-plus teams in the high school championships most of the time, and Tucker and Grayson, plus Tucker and Hayden, were able to win those. Then when you bring him to Auburn University, he partners up with Logan Parks. They win some regional events. They win Team of the Year. And then this year, after Logan graduated, him and Hayden win the national championship. Out with Brody Robinson from University of Montevallo.
Well, then the biggest kicker is Tucker competed against Tristan McCormick in the championship one, lost by 3 ounces.
He's got like VR goggles, so watch where his drone goes.
Had the lead for a lot of the day.
Was leading the whole morning.
Yeah.
Tristan McCormick came back in the afternoon. They were fishing very similar areas. And
that is
there was a stare down. I remember Tristan McCormick's great stare down to Tucker Smith during our midday break.
We're going to give it just a couple more minutes, and I'm going to start running some other stuff I found last night on maps, just that kind of sets up like this. We'll run some of that until the sun gets higher, and then we'll go to our afternoon program. But I'm happy with the start. Got one good one. Only need 4 more throughout the day, so.
What is it about this spot and the that you feel?
They're just little tiny tapering points next to a bluff wall. You can see this wall is very sharp, and then there's just a little point that sticks out here. It's very gradual. And in the mornings, the fish just slide up on the little gradual point here, and they sit in like less than a foot of water. Honestly, just going down the bank with a spinnerbait. And then, you know, in the afternoon, I've come to realize that they kind of slide off the brakes a little bit because I can't get bit up here in the afternoon, and I haven't found where these fish go in the afternoon, so that might be something that we try to figure out this afternoon. But right now I'm just dragging a little finesse football jig. They were biting the swim bait good yesterday, but I can't get them to go on that yet today. I don't think there's enough wind or something, but just a couple more minutes and we're gonna start bouncing around a little bit.
That would be accurate, an accurate assessment from Easton. Glenn Cale, who's the college tournament director, he's out as one of the officials today. He was with Easton yesterday. Just got word wind has definitely laid down out here today compared to the rest of the week. By far the least wind that we've seen. They've been here since, I believe they practiced on Thursday. We were supposed to have a seeding day on Friday, but too high of winds. They said you can go out and practice if you want, but we're not going to have our competition day. So they had 2 days of practice, and then yesterday and today so far for competition.
That's going to be a curveball for them because, again, just like we mentioned, in practice and yesterday, they had the wind. That was probably going to, get that water moving, was able to, make a few other baits work, that spinnerbait especially for Easton Fothergill. Going to be interesting to see if they have to change up to these bottom dragging baits, the jig, the tube, the Ned rig style, and just see if they can continue to get bit doing that. But anytime you've got a weather change where you either had a lot of wind or no wind and then you get a bunch, it affects the way these fish set up and what they bite. So they may still be in the same general areas, but they're going to have to, to adjust on what, tactics to use to get them to bite.
White bass.
Saw a lot of this yesterday. A lot of white bass, walleye, A lot of guys drum. Lots of life in this lake. It's just
yeah, I'm just throwing this Ned rig. Hopefully,
up shallow.
When the sun comes out a little bit more, they'll start biting. But I wanted to start here yesterday, but there was a boat on it. But yeah, we'll see. Like, usually the more the sun comes up, the more that they can see this bait falling, and they can. Because down here it's the clearest part of the lake, so they use a lot of sight to hunt. So hopefully they can start seeing the bait. I'm seeing a few fish down there, but they just kind of swim through.
Definitely getting a lot more used water, pressured areas down in the south end of the lake. We saw multiple anglers fish this spot, having to take turns. There's only 4 anglers out there today. You'll have your choice of spot, but how long until the pressure of boat traffic and baits gets to some of these areas? We will keep an eye on that.
A little slower morning today. Fothergill had his limit about this time yesterday.
Yeah,
Small.
He's the only one with fish in the boat right now. So. See if those other guys can't pick it up.
Semifinal action here at the College Classic bracket from Milford Lake. We'll be back in just a moment.
Yes! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic bracket presented by Lews at Milford Lake.
Welcome back to the College Classic bracket. Let's take a time machine back to the summer. Pickwick Lake in Counce, Tennessee. That's where our college national championship took place. The duo from Auburn University, Hayden Marvett and Tucker Smith, they took the title that week, leading all 3 days. Tough fishing for the most part, but they brought in great weights, and on the final day they had a flurry. They were down and out. They had unofficially been behind the 8 ball. A big flurry had them take the lead and win the national championship to make the bracket.
Yeah, an offshore tournament there at Pickwick. So these guys kind of knew where they wanted to be and when to be there, and were able to make that happen. Again, being down on the final day, being able to catch a couple of those big ones, get right back in it, and eventually win it. So these guys are really good. Tucker and Hayden, they know what they're doing. It's and for them to be able to come back and make the adjustments to get the win is really cool.
And you've done that. You were the 2014 college national champion. What was it like for them? They've had a lot of success, but to win a college championship is a hard thing to do.
It's a very hard thing to do. I mean, as many guys competed just to try to get into the national championship, and then all the guys that were in that tournament were deserving people to be there. So for them to beat their their friends, to get to the national championship and then perform in the national championship is really cool.
Probably the second best title other than the individual award of winning this bracket, and it's something that they'll cherish for a lifetime. But now they're in the semifinals. They are one step closer to maybe making the Bassmaster Classic. I asked Tucker that. I said, Tucker, you have led out the Bassmaster Classic field 3 times. He's been the lead boat, but he hasn't. I said, what would it mean to you to get a boat number in the Classic? He's been the lead boat without a boat number, and now making the Classic would give him entry into that.
It was a huge deal. You know, me and Hayden were able to win the high school one together, so winning that college one together was really special, and not a lot of people can say that they've done that. So, you know, it was great being able to win it with Hayden. You know, I hope he catches them today. I fished with him for about, 6 years, a long time, 7 years, I don't know, long time. We've been best friends for a while, so one of us needs to make this final day.
Wouldn't be the first time the teammates faced off against each other. The very first one in 2012, Stephen F. Austin teammates, and then they changed the formats, but the next year, brothers had to face off.
Matt and Jordan from Auburn faced off, and then Jordan faced off the next year against Shane Powell, who was his teammate. So You had teammates for a couple years do it. Tucker mentioned not many people have won high school and college championships. Him and Garrett Enders did that for Bethel University and in high school. So we go out to Brody Robinson, his first bite of the day.
There you go. Oh, it's about time I
12
catch one.
inches, but it definitely should look like a keeper.
12, ain't it?
1-4.
Agree. Little guy to start it out with. That's good. I just needed a bottom bait.
Now, Jake, you expect the weights to go up. If he catches 4 of those in one of his kickers, he's only going to be near 8-9 pounds.
But definitely a slower morning than what we saw yesterday as far as just pure out fish catching. But we've heard a couple guys say that, you know, it's been better, well, with the wind, and then as the sun comes up, maybe that, you know, they'll be able to see a little bit better. So, and it definitely showed yesterday. The bigger fish, more of the bigger fish were caught in the afternoon yesterday. So, if these guys can just fill their limits out and then, you know, get to their best areas in the afternoon and make things work.
Brody taking on Tucker Smith. Both Montevallo anglers are on the board now, leading the matchups against the Auburn anglers. That's the possibilities today. 3 outcomes. We have 2 Montevallo anglers advance to the finals, 2 Auburn anglers advance, or 1 of each will advance.
All aiming for that big prize at the end of tomorrow.
This sand spot right here, like the pea gravel spot, typically what that signifies is a point coming out or 2 rock veins, one following the crease on this side and one following the crease on that side. I spent my practice just idling all these sand spots, just looking for the stick outs, rough spots, whatever is abnormal. High percentage.
Very smart use of his practice time. You know what most fish like to bite. You know, there's certain techniques that you can use that are high percentage that you can get a clue on, but knowing where they live on a body of water you've never been to before may take a little bit of scouting and idling around before you ever make a cast.
Yeah, these guys have obviously put their time in. I mean, not too long ago, I mean, even when I was in college, and Ronnie, you may be able to attest to this with yourself as well. Sometimes, you know, if you just saw a bank that looked good, you'd go fish it, and you might catch a few fish, but you didn't know why those fish were there. You just heard him mention that, you know, he idled this spot and was looking for those rock veins that are coming out off of these sandy spots. Where in years past, you know, who knows, maybe you just go down that bank, yeah, you catch a few fish, but why are those fish there? And that's why a lot of these college guys are where they are right now.
I used to be the worst day one practicer in the history. I would fish all day and not catch but 1 or 2. So I started using my day ones as scouting the lake. I'd run around the lake, I'd see there's rock in this creek, grass in this creek, and docks over here. So when I started to catch them, I knew where to go.
Exactly.
It was awesome, you know, it was something that we've always dreamed about, and, you know, qualifying for this tournament through that, something we've also always dreamed about. I know us, like a lot of guys that, you know, fish college, we've grown up since high school watching the bracket, so just to be able to fish it this week, super cool.
I like the anglers who, after practice, they say, I know what not to fish.
Don't worry, that's why I'm sitting here, Such, and that's why we invited Jake in from fishing. Hayden Marbut trying to add one keeper to his tally, get the ice, break the ice. That is not a bass.
Gosh, I was just really expecting more fish to be caught this morning based off what we saw yesterday. But, I mean, that just goes to show you what, the fishing is all about changing and, adjusting with changing conditions. We've already got, less wind than we had yesterday. So, these guys they're getting the full test.
Yeah, I think Marbut only had one before 8 o'clock, and I think Tucker Smith may have had 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Saw 2 of our slowest starters yesterday in the form of Marbut and Robinson. Both of them started very slow in their matchups and ended up taking on a full wind in their sails around midday. They got the reveal, realized they were barely ahead or way behind, and the afternoon was their friend as they both caught 2 of the biggest fish yesterday to come back. We'll see if that's the case today, but there's still an opportunity for a morning bite. Hayden got his first bite of the day, a non-bass, but it's a sign of life. That's all you need is a little bit of info to help get your day started. It's day 2 here, the semifinals of the College Classic bracket. We are narrowing 4 anglers today down to the final 2 that'll fish tomorrow. We'll be right back. Today, it's a huge doubleheader on Fox, starting with the Commanders taking on Jalen Hurts and the Eagles, or other regional action. Then, in America's Game of the Week, the Patriots battle Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, or Cardinals-Niners, all on Fox and the Fox Sports app. It's a good slate of games today. A couple 0-3 teams there, the Vikings, Panthers, that definitely need to get a victory. You got the Patriots and Cowboys. Cowboys are probably going to be madder than they were coming, after a loss last week to the Cardinals, which I was happy to see, for being honest. It's day 2 action here at the College Classic bracket. Easton Fothergill, been living in this region of the lake, mid-lake, right across from the takeoff area. He has explored the south and the east side of the lake throughout yesterday after having a good limit to start his day, but this has been his primary starting region. This does look like a different part of his starting area, maybe around the corner.
Looks like he's just moved up the bank just a little bit, and he's already hooked up.
Hit it as soon as it hit the water. Snagged him.
Already got a 110 and a 2-pound, 7-ounce fish.
113.
Keeper number 3 goes 113. Puts him up to almost 6 pounds currently with 3 fish. He's got about 5.14 for his 3-fish weight.
That's got to feel good for him. Well, I mean, he
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
snagged that fish, and now he's already hooked up
found
again.
a little
There's
something.
a little school of them.
Feeding frenzy.
I mean,
yes.
as soon as it hits the water. He ain't very big. He'll keep though.
For number 4. These anglers are fishing for a 5 bass limit today, and then they'll start upgrading, AKA culling. You hear that term? Keeper number 4 goes 1.7.
Total is 7 pounds, 5 ounces.
It's what you dream of. Back-to-back cast. First
Only
thing in the
better is
morning. I mean,
3 in a row to fill your limit.
And we talked about it yesterday, and we've already noted, with it being a slow morning for these other guys, the first one to catch is always the hardest to catch. So getting that first one out of the way, and then like Easton's doing, just going ahead and knocking out 2, 3, and 4 in a relatively short amount of time. And
you say
already looking for number 5.
Yeah, you say 5's hard to catch too.
Yes, 5 is hard to catch, absolutely. The hardest one to catch is the next one. We'll put it that way.
Is that right?
Yes.
All I caught in this spot was stripers, but it's
One thing that
just like that point. I've never fished it in the morning.
Oh. Could this be keeper number 5?
Right now, it appears it'll all be small. Never mind. There's drum there too.
Oh, it's a drum. Oh.
Wrong. Species.
About to say he made the 2 hardest fish of the day, the easiest catches. They were going to happen so quick for Easton.
But I mean, again, if you take a look at what's going on, where he's at right now, there's more wind right here where he's fishing than any of the other guys that we've seen. So trying to take advantage of what wind we do have out there this morning, and he's making it work.
Well, and one thing that we just noted, Glenn Kale, our tournament director, is riding with Hayden Marbett, who is competing against Easton Fothergill today. He said Hayden is fishing new water this morning, places that were really bombarded with wind yesterday, that maybe were blown out and not fishable yesterday, that because no one fished them maybe, and so he's trying something. He's experimenting a little bit, knowing that yesterday's morning was a wash for Hayden. Maybe something will spark it, but
not a bad idea.
Well, he had the big rally in the afternoon, a 2-1 and then a 3-4. I mean, almost half his weight.
Easton Fothergill, back-to-back catches right there, puts him up to 4 keepers. Overwhelmingly the best angler so far today, leading his matchup against Hayden Marbett. As we take a look at the rest of our playing field and move down to Tucker Smith. Tucker's going up against Brody Robison in their semifinal matchup on the right side of the bracket. Still yet to have a keeper in the boat for him as well. May change, that could be a keeper for him. He's trailing 1-4 to 0 right now.
That should keep.
It's 12. He didn't get a chance to fight, I guess. Agree. Tiny. It's a start though.
13 ounces and he's on the board.
Check, we see guys coming out with different plans today. Have you ever had everything just go exactly to plan? As you said, this is what I want to do on a stern, this spot, catch, da-da-da, go to another spot and do, has it ever works out perfectly?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It works out sometimes, but not all the time. A lot of times, you know, you have expectations and either they exceed those expectations or they, or it just falls away completely. So definitely, I've had times where it's like, man, this could be a really good spot and it turns out to be better than expected, or it's the complete opposites.
I gotta figure out what to throw to catch.
Thinking that you've got a good spot and you pull up there and they're either completely gone or they're just not biting or whatever it may be.
Now, with only 3 guys having fish, how do you think they're feeling this
They're
morning?
they're feeling the pressure. I mean, they know that
won't eat a little gorge.
what they've got to do today. So, and gosh, any bass fisherman knows that the morning time is, a good time to, to make it happen and, to get a few fish in the boat. So, with them, struggling a little bit this morning, they're feeling the pressure to make things happen soon.
It gets worse as time goes on.
That's
without
right.
a fish or a bite. Fothergill's got to be feeling pretty good with 4 fish.
That's the one big difference we see on the elite level is everyone in the world can be sharp and focused on your goal in the first hour of the day, but it's 4 hours in the day, 5 hours. Can you keep your focus? Can you refocus? Can you still think sharply? You know?
What happens when it's 12 o'clock and you've got 3 fish or whatever?
For the boxing fans, it's everyone has a game plan until you get punched in the mouth, and sometimes that is in the form of no fish for a few hours.
Yeah.
But we know some anglers are banking on a good afternoon today, like Hayden Marbett had yesterday, running some new patterns today, trying to see how it works out. As we head back up the lake to Easton Fothergill, by far the best game plan in the morning we've seen from anybody, and then in the afternoon he was able to experiment yesterday. But wind blowing in on this spot, more on the main lake, not tucked in anymore. We saw him catch keeper 3 and 4 just a few minutes ago. And this could be keeper number 5 for him.
Largemouth.
Another largemouth.
He was one of the only guys yesterday that caught largemouth.
At the 2 pound, 10 ounce.
Third biggest fish of the day.
And I think he mentioned that in practice he caught a couple big largemouth. I mean, he didn't catch many, but they were bigger. That's correct. So,
is this 5?
Bigger than his 210 yesterday in practice. That one's not.
Looks to be 1-9. Believe that was a 1-9. That is a limit for Easton Fothergill. Now he has to upgrade, and Cole said he wanted 5 fish around the 2.7 mark when he caught that one. He said, I'd love 4 more like that. He doesn't quite have that, but he does have a limit and a big lead over Hayden Marbett, who is still looking to start his day with a keeper. Fothergill leading over Marbett. Robinson getting his day started with a short and small lead over Tucker Smith. These are your semifinal matchups. The University of Montevallo and Auburn, close in proximity in Alabama and close in proximity on the leaderboard. We'll be right back from the Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket.
Yes! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Lews at Milford Lake.
To date, the angler's biggest accomplishment in the sport of fishing could happen this week at Milford Lake. Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket. We're down to Final 4, semifinal Sunday. Now we're down to the championship day tomorrow in the final 2. Here's some Bassmaster trivia for you guys. What college has the most bracket winners? A, Auburn, B, Bethel, C, McKendree, or D, Bryan College? I think I know this one, so I need you to...
I want to go B, Bethel.
I'm going to go B, Bethel as well. I think it's 3. Yep, John Garrett in 2016, Cody Huff in 2019, and Tristan McCormick in 2021.
Yeah, McCormick broke the tie with Auburn.
Auburn has been also a team that's had multiple teams in a single bracket, just like the University of Montevallo has had this week. Montevallo looking for their first representative to make the Classic. They have a 50-50 shot currently. Check out Easton Fothergill up the lake. Brody Robinson, Hayden Marbett, and Tucker Smith on the bottom of the lake. You have your matchups right there, Fothergill versus Marbett on the top of your screen, and Robinson and Smith going head-to-head on the bottom of your screen.
Hayden hooked up.
Looking to break the ice for him. First keeper possibility.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
1-9 agree?
Yeah, agree.
1-9 for Hayden Marbett. He gets on the board. All 4 anglers have now registered a catch to their tally today. Unfortunately for Hayden, he is going up against the guy who has a limit already.
That's not plans because he may have been looking to get fortunate and find some fish this morning because he was pretty confident this afternoon.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Catches.
Brody hooked up.
Number 2. Figured out what they wanted now. They want it snapped instead of just dragging. You might want to measure him just to make sure. Fairly certain, but. Oh yeah, all day.
All day, even on Sundays.
Call him 1-1.
1-4.
Another 1-4. I'll take it. Agreed. Wow. Got to get to 5 somehow. I'll take.
You said you kind of figured something out. What are you talking about?
I was the most defined shelf is this side of this transition, so I've been watching them, and when that bait comes off of that, I've been dragging it, and they just kind of sluggishly follow it. But that time I snapped it, and I watched them shoot up and smoke it. And another one did that way out here earlier. So I believe that's what I've got to change. I've been just steadily dragging, kind of hopping it around. They want it kind of pop like a crawfish shooting away from them.
Great instant feedback from him with his electronics to know which way to present the bait.
So is that something that has changed from yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday they just kind of wanted to just steadily hopping down the ledge, but the wind kind of made it where you didn't really have another option other than to hop it. So it was one of those deals where I believe if you just got it in front of their face yesterday, they ate it. But I wouldn't know because I wasn't able to watch the reaction yesterday. So now I'm able to kind of tune into what their favorite thing is. There's one swimming up there.
One goal in mind when you get to Milford Lake in Kansas is to win the bracket. It's not just a feat to get here, you want to win it. And for last year, Lewis Minetti, his dream came true at Greenwood in South Carolina 2022 College Classic bracket. UNC Charlotte, Jake, it's your alum school. You put a national championship on the board for the university, and Lewis put Team of the Year on the board last year and won the college bracket to advance to the Classic. What a dream come true.
Yeah, Lewis is a fantastic angler, and for him to realize his dream and to win the Classic bracket and make the Classic is a really cool accomplishment. And I know that he was really excited to make that happen and to get to go across the stage there at the Classic and actually make the cut at the Classic. One of a few guys that have made the college to make that Classic bracket and then do good in the Classic. It's really cool.
Lewis Minetti realizing his dream at the Bassmaster Classic.
Man, Bass provides the highway, whether it be the college series, the nation. Want to shout out my guys, the Hook Bassmasters back in New Jersey. Join your club, join the college series. Man, I can't thank Bass, Strike King, all the Bass sponsors enough, just for getting me here.
Realizing a dream, what an opportunity for him, like you said. Knocking out, making the cut as well as we go down to the 4-box, and Brody's hooked up again.
There we go.
Should be his biggest of the day. He's got 2
See what I mean?
1-4s.
They ate it right when I hopped it. That's a stocky little feller. Oh, my bad. All right.
Tournament director G.L. Compton of the Bass Nation in the boat with Brody today.
Come on, fish, quit. I know you happy.
2 pounds.
Agreed.
2-pounder.
He said he figured out, what these fish, the way they wanted that bait presented to them, and obviously it worked out for him there rather quickly. So see if we can't, fill out his limit here off this spot rather quickly.
2.8 plus 2, that's 4.8.
GL also informed me that Brody lost. He not only broke off his first bite of the day when we came to him earlier this morning, but he lost a big one. Came up schooling beside the boat. He pitched out there and hooked it and lost the fish. It really close to the boat. So Brody's piecing it together, but definitely figuring it out now with 3 fish for 4.5 pounds against Tucker Smith, who has 1 for 13 ounces right now.
I really think that Brody and Easton have kind of figured out where these fish are sitting as far as structure goes. Both of them look to be fishing very similar style banks and structure settings. So
you think they conferred?
They may have, and absolutely they very well could have, because they're not fishing against each other today.
Right.
But with that being said, if they both win, they're going to be fishing against each other. But obviously, I would imagine that both of them want, either one of them to go to the Classic. So they very well could have, talked about what was going on out there.
Maybe there's not, and it's in my head, but I got 2 bites pretty quick, so I'll roll with it.
How heavy is your 2?
It's a 3/16. I'm throwing it on 8 pounds, so it falls pretty fast.
And do you think it's kind of like has a little swirl action going down, or is it just going straight?
Yeah, it's kind of it's like a drift. It kind of just sways back and forth on the way down. But when you pop it like that, it mimics a crawfish really well on just the initial takeoff from the bottom. Just the way a crawfish backs up.
Do you think the full moon has to do anything with more crawfish bite?
It has something to do with them only biting real good in the morning. That's for sure. I mean, that moon's so bright you could come out here and catch them on top water at night. So really got to be efficient in the morning. Try to catch as much as you can, because it gets tough in that mid-morning period, and then they feed again around 11:45, 12. Yesterday was probably the most major bite window, was that 11:45 to 12. So, but it definitely could have something to do. I think a lot of it is the stripe. There's so many stripe in this place, and they're bullies, and it makes it hard for these bass to compete with them, with bait fish. And I think a lot of times you just got to throw something that the stripe won't eat, and it gives the bass more of a chance to feed. Because I could go down this same bank right here with a crankbait, and I'd probably catch 10 stripe before I got to the end of it. I'm watching them as I'm fishing down through here. I'll see the little pod stripe come flying through. I just got big.
Notice it every time. Anglers are quiet in the morning when they're not catching them, but when you get a couple bites in the boat, you start to open up, and Brody is piecing together his puzzle, explaining it on Bass Live perfectly. When he updates with that 2-pounder, he'll have 4 pounds, 8 ounces in his matchup against Tucker Smith. Good odds for him right now this morning, out to the lead. Meanwhile, on the left side of the bracket, Fothergill 8-14 over Marbit 1-9, a limit for Easton. He can only upgrade from there in Cole. Meanwhile, Marbit still has 4 more to fill his limit. Catching small fish at the moment, but keepers are on their way. Milford Lake, this is the place where the College Classic bracket will be decided. One angler tomorrow afternoon will advance to the Bassmaster Classic and be a dream come true.
Live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic bracket is presented by Lews and by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Multiple ways to get to the Bassmaster Classic. You can do it through the Elite Series, through the Bassmaster Opens, through the Bass Nation, maybe the Team Championship and get the 1 spot. Or if you're a youth angler, this is your avenue. The Bassmaster College Series and the Classic Bracket. To win the championship or get on the podium or be Team of the Year to make the bracket, These 8 anglers have been broken down now into 4 anglers after yesterday's competition day eliminated half the field. We'll do the same today in these head-to-head matchups. We will eliminate 2 anglers off of this screen as we go head-to-head for the championship tomorrow. One of those anglers will win and go to the Bassmaster Classic, represent their school and the college series on the Opens as well next year.
We're on a little rock pile right now, and just threw my spinnerbait over it, and I watched 3 or 4 of them come up and look at it, but didn't need it, so I'm gonna try to drag it and see if that's what they want right now.
Listening to Easton Fothergill on the top left of your screen.
It's 4 feet, but the rocks come up to about 2 feet under the surface. Kind of nice fishing it today. There's not giant waves rolling into here. Got soaked fishing it yesterday.
Got a text from a few Minnesota anglers yesterday. Said that Fothergill is the best smallmouth angler in the Midwest. That's a tall task, but he has proved it so far.
Yeah, we have a crazy amount of talented anglers on our team, and I think the most powerful part about our team is we're all willing to teach each other what we know, because, you know, I'm from Minnesota, and, you know, there's Alabama anglers and California, and every corner of the country we have some anglers, and we all just come together and, you know, teach each other things, and I think that makes all of us super versatile and able to break down pretty much any water we go to. So we work really well as a team, and I think that's why we've had all the success we've had in the last couple of years.
What drew you to that program?
Little guy. What drew me to the program is I knew if I had any desire to fish on the Elite Series one day, I had to learn southern waters. So that made me make the decision to go to school down south.
And just like he mentioned, he can
I'm gonna cut it.
talk with his teammates, and they can help him, you know,
Learn the southern waters yet?
learn the southern
I'm getting
waters.
there. A lot better than I was my freshman year, I think. A lot more confidence, but there'll always be so much to learn.
Has there been a culture shock from Minnesota to where you're at now?
Definitely a little bit of a culture shock. It was just everything in the South's different, especially the fishing. You know, at home right now, you're catching pretty much as many as you want at will, and down here, I'm happy to have 5 right now. It's a relief, so it's just a big difference, and it takes a different mindset to fish at home compared to down here. Well, I guess we're not really South right now. We're kind of Midwest, but at school especially.
So this series is the goal?
That is the goal, Elite Series. Someday. And you know, this tournament would be a huge boost start to that goal, so keep grinding away and see what happens.
Who's your fishing heroes?
My fishing heroes, Brandon Polinick's one of them. Gerald Swindle would be another one. And then probably Fighter, hometown boy. A little bit. Compete against Fighter sometimes. I think this is a striper. Yeah. That's a bass.
Easton's going to
Should
be
be
tough
bigger
to
than
beat.
1.7, I think.
He's dialed in.
Every day, it's fun.
What made you want to go to Auburn to fish?
Just like being student ran, you can kind of fish as many tournaments as you want. You know, we don't have to get sent to certain tournaments that like lakes we're familiar with. We can kind of go all over. You know, we fish every single tournament and get as much experience around the country as I can right now in college. It's kind of good.
A little bit of an upgrade. He was not coming off.
One, two.
110. 3 ounces. Every ounce counts. He destroyed my line.
Jake, when you were in college, did you have any fishing heroes that you looked up to or that kind of inspired you to try to pursue this?
Yeah, gosh, I mean, when I was, coming up through high school and just getting started into college was when KVD was just going on through his tear. So, I mean, obviously, KVD was one of them. Gosh, man, I mean, there's so many great ones. I mean, I still look up to a lot of the guys that I fish against today. They're just so good. They're so, they're so dedicated to their craft and what they do. I just try to do my best and try to work as hard as I possibly can just to compete with them. So there's a lot of guys out there that are just really great guys, and especially the guys that I fish against now that are just, again, dedicated to their craft and work so hard and are just great guys. So a lot of great anglers to be around, a lot of guys to learn from, and to compete against is really been a blessing to me and a true honor.
Just had one of your peers on the Elite Series, Mike Iaconelli, a hero
That's
to
correct.
a whole generation of anglers. Just got inducted to the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame in Springfield, Missouri at the Wonders of Wildlife just on Thursday of this past week. We have no doubt in my mind a potential Elite Series angler in one of these 4 boxes right here. Easton has absolutely flat out caught him the last 2 days and has taught us a lot on Bassmaster Live. Tucker Smith's got a great reputation as well. Hayden Marbett could do the same, and Brody Robinson, with how he's broken down his areas, he has the potential as well. But Easton, by far been the steadiest rudder in the seas, we should say, at Milford Lake. Yesterday, strong start, very consistent, kept a lot of things in play, and then today doing the same thing, moving around a little bit, adjusting to the lack of wind.
Again, and we talked about it earlier this morning, him and his teammate, Brody, they are fishing kind of that same style structure, but Easton has been the one to really put it together and make these places really produce. So, again, got off to a great start yesterday, off to another great start this morning. I look for him to, again, improve on what he's got and be really tough to beat. But with that being said, there are big fish in this lake that can, put a dent into his lead. So they're out there for anybody to catch. We'll see who can come up with it.
Every ounce counts for these anglers, 5 fish limits, and we see Easton trying to steadily upgrade now. He's the only one trying to cull and throw back a fish and add to his weight while everyone else is still gathering their initial limit. We'll have more action from Milford Lake next.
Fishing.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. Here, the College Classic bracket at Milford Lake, Junction City, Kansas. Day 2 action. Day 2 is the round of 4. We have 8 anglers starting the week. 4 of them were eliminated yesterday. Only 4 advanced to today. We will cut them in half once again, and the final 2 will compete tomorrow for a chance at the Bassmaster Classic. Here's our playing field and how our anglers are distributed. Easton Fothergill working his way slowly down the west side of Milford Lake from takeoff down towards the dam where Tucker Smith and Hayden Marbett have lived for most of the day, and Brody Robinson made his way down there shortly after his first spot of the day.
saw Easton get a couple of those fish off that same spot he started on yesterday. But he mentioned that he had found some places that looked similar, on topo maps and lake maps. And it looks like he is working his way down to some of those spots and has made it work so far. So we'll see if he can't continue. How many other spots did he find? And, if they've got any fish on them or not. But the rest of these guys, it's still slow. Gosh, I'm surprised that we've not seen as many fish catches as what we have. Yesterday was definitely better as far as fish catching goes, but still a lot of time left. It's early.
We haven't seen necessarily as much movement as well. Guys were swapping spots and moving around, and Tucker's been a little bit more patient, slowly doing it. Brody's moved around some. Hayden has fished brand new water based on the wind direction yesterday, and then Easton obviously having a limit now, it gives him the flexibility to move around at his discretion. I mentioned it last segment before Easton caught another upgrade and broke it down, but was deemed as one of the, if not the best Midwest smallmouth angler. I said that is some high praise, especially who's on the Elite Series. One of your roommates, Austin Felix on the Elites, is from the Midwest. And even, somebody in his home state, Seth Fighter, would probably have a word with that. But Easton, definitely young talent in the smallmouth game.
Yeah, so I actually room with Austin. And he is by far, he truly is one of the best smallmouth anglers, on the Elite Series. And, rooming with him and Brian New, I've been able to learn a lot about, the northern fisheries from Austin and some of the southern fisheries from Brian, just mixing and matching things. But with what you said, being one of the greatest or one of the better smallmouth anglers from the Midwest, Austin is definitely one of them. But Brian, he tries to, take claim that he's getting better at smallmouth fishing, but, every one of his finishes, and probably you can account any smallmouth fish that Brian has ever caught, probably come off of one of Austin Felix's holes. So, you gotta be careful with what Brian says. But with, all in all, both those guys are very good in their respected talents, and they've helped me a lot. So they are fun to be around it. And they're both great anglers and, just really good at what they do.
Another short fish for Hayden Marbut.
Yeah, it's been plagued by those this morning, according to Glenn Cale, who is the college tournament director that is in his boat.
Well, Fothergill from Grand Rapids, Minnesota, is way up there. It's
near one of our Opens destinations next year at Leech Lake.
Leech Lake isn't very far away. So you imagine he'd have that skill set of the fishery.
I bet you he would love if Easton,
if he can
won
make
the
it,
bracket
yes,
and be able to fish the Opens, whether he fishes all 9 or just fishes that northern division, that's Leech, La Crosse, and St. Clair. That would be right up his alley for another classic shot, maybe.
If he were to get the classic, yeah, it'd be.
Otherwise, all 9.
Like Tristan McCormick did that. Won our classic bracket and won
at Lake Hartwell.
Won an Open. Got back-to-back classics. I was trying to see how far Grand Rapids was from Milford Lake. Bethel College is the closest at 611 miles.
Yep, that's just around the Nashville region, north of Nashville for Bethel University.
Now, Grand Rapids is 770 miles straight down to same longitude, pretty much.
Not too bad.
As Milford.
Just 100 miles farther than
Montevallo's more than 900 miles, and Auburn is almost 1,000 miles away.
Next spot.
But again, I think it's really cool that the college series will take you to a place like Milford where, let's be honest, you're probably not traveling there just as a destination just to go fishing. But when they come, to Milford and show out that, hey, this place has fish, and has some good ones. So just somewhere different to go where these guys have never been.
Learn different skill set,
right.
check out a different body of water. It is the fishing capital of Kansas,
Yes. It will, there could be some parallels that they draw in a place that they fish that may connect to Grand Lake, which is the side of the Classic next year.
Correct.
Or maybe they go and fish a Cherokee Lake in East Tennessee, and it looks similar, it acts similar. And
The fish act similar,
Yes.
similar areas, regions,
yeah.
the body of water. Do you notice that? We've heard that. We've heard guys at Grand Lake saying they
try to
go
draw,
east to North Carolina
right,
and be similar
right.
fishery,
Yep.
Maybe a
That's-
Hartwell or
Yep.
we've
one
heard that
thing.
for years.
Luke Palmer and Jason Christie both grew up in the Oklahoma region around Grand Lake and equated their success at Hartwell to that. So the connections that different regions of the lake or regions of the country could provide definitely gives you tangible experience.
Absolutely.
You hear that even from, I think, Austin
Yeah.
Felix, guys like
Yeah.
that, who said being able to travel in the college series, getting the new experiences of the new bodies of water, the different types of bodies of water, have really helped them become a more well-rounded angler.
I definitely can attest to that. I mean, it's just a lot of these plays, and it's not necessarily that they set up exactly the same, but some of the structure is the same, and the way a largemouth bass or a smallmouth bass sets up on a certain piece of structure translates from one end of the country to the next.
And
It's
even
just
the
that's
conditions.
the way they are.
Yeah,
Yes.
Remember this one day in Milford Lake when it was sunny, no wind, and it was dirty water because of the previous wind.
This one might measure.
Absolutely keeper for Hayden.
Gotta start somewhere.
Remember, he has big fish in the afternoon.
That's
a
right.
2-pounder than the
That's
3
right.
plus.
That's what I say. I mean,
Far from
if he can fill his limit out and then get a couple of those kicker fish like he caught yesterday, he will
Agreed.
put it in Fothergill's lead. So
Could not hear what Glenn Kale said. We'll have to look at the Bass Track leaderboard
Oh.
for an update there. It was a keeper number 2 for Hayden Marbett, 1 and change. That helps a little bit when it comes to closing the gap on a guy who already has a limit for around 9 pounds in the form of Easton Fothergill. Like we mentioned, welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Ronnie Moore here with Jake Whitaker, Elite Series Pro and College Classic competitor in the past. Mike Sukon with us as well. You talked about it, Jake. The early starts are key. This is going to give Easton a little bit of flexibility to run around, try some different things, see what the lake looks like with lack of wind based on what he got to see with a ton of wind yesterday.
it looks like Easton's figured out what kind of structure he's wanting to fish. He's fishing those bluff walls, those ends that are gradually sloping off into a point that's falling off into the lake. So he's just trying to look for similar areas to that, or he's going to hit those areas that he's fished in the past. So he's again got started off really good this morning, and I'll look for him to continue to upgrade.
Such, we could have 2 Montevallo anglers advance today, or 2 Auburn, maybe a mixture of both, but right now both Montevallo anglers leading their respective matchups.
Yeah, but there's a long way to go. They got 8 hours of fish. We've only been going at it for less than 2 hours. So, and the Auburn guys did catch some nice fish in the afternoon, so that's something to be aware of.
One big deal that's different than every other tournament we do at Bassmaster is this is a catch-weigh release format, and midday they will get a weight reveal for what their competitors and what the rest of the field is doing, so they'll kind of know how far behind the 8 ball they are or if they are ahead. Easton Fothergill leading his matchup over Hayden Marbett. Hayden just added his second keeper. We'll wait for that to pop in. He'll close that margin by just a tad. Brody Robinson leading over Tucker Smith. Surprisingly, just 1 13-ounce bass to his credit for Tucker Smith so far today. Brody with 3 keepers so far. Why don't we do some Bassmaster trivia? What bracket winner also won the Bassmaster Classic? This one's pretty easy if you know your college fishing history, but Jeff Gustafson, our most recent Classic champ, A. Hank Cherry, North Carolinian, in B. Kyle Welcher, our Angler of the Year, in C. Or Jordan Lee in D.
Jordan Lee.
Jordan Lee. First ever college angler to win the Classic. The Lee brothers both have won the bracket, made the Classic. Jordan
Matt won before
later.
Jordan.
That's right.
Beat his brother.
We will see if Auburn can be represented like Jordan Lee did back in the day this week.
Yes! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Lews at Milford Lake.
Little throwback in time. If we went back to 2014 for the College National Championship, we'd see some awesome topwater catches in the mountains of North Carolina and Georgia. And this man sitting beside me, Jake Whitaker, and his partner Andrew Helms, took home the title. This enjoyable sight for you, Jake?
Yeah, man, this just brings back some really good memories. There's not much better than some wolf packing largemouth and smallmouth bass there on Lake Chatuge, catching them on a frog and topwater. So, yeah, that brings back some really good memories. You know, Andrew and I, you know, we were a great team together. He was a fantastic angler, and just some really good times, man. That tournament really, you know, was a jump start to my career, and you know, told me that I could compete and carry it on. And
I can hear this fish catch from my memory.
Yeah.
There's no audio on it right now, but this one in 3, 2, 1.
Bam,
boom, baby, boom. That's one of the most iconic topwater catches of the college championship. Chatuge provided back-to-back years some great memories there for the college series. UNC Charlotte won some regionals with Shane LeHue, won a national championship with Jake Whitaker and Andrew Helms, and then won the bracket last year with Lewis Minetti. Not too shabby at all in Auburn, trying to put another chapter to their legendary legacy of their college program. Montevallo's trying to really put in another early chapter of theirs as that team has came on strong the last 2 years. As we go out live with Hayden Marbett, put keeper number 2 in the boat last segment.
Out?
1 pound even.
Agree.
1 pound even.
Last fish was a 115, Ronnie. That 1 pounder gives him 4.8 on the day. And Fothergill has 9.1.
Hayden's second fish was 15 ounces, not 115. So I think he's still behind by 5.5 pounds.
But it's a start.
Yes.
He's got
better than yesterday.
Yes, he's got a start, and you know, for him to have some fish now, settle down, go back to your big fish areas, and see if he can't, you know, upgrade later today.
Hayden with keeper number 3 there. He's got a 1.9, a 15 ouncer, and a 1 even. Not the biggest in the world, but like you said, a start, and definitely better than yesterday. I think he only had 1 fish. As we got closer to that midday break, I think he may have ended with 2 or 3 before halftime.
And hooked up again.
Yep, you're good. Ounces.
Agree.
These two are going head to head, Easton and Hayden. Look at these two Montevallo anglers on your left and right. Easton Fothergill, the #1 seed. On the left side of the bracket, Brody Robinson, upsetting his schoolmate Nick Dumke in round 1. He advanced today to go against Tucker Smith. Both of them currently leading their bracket matchups. We've seen some big ones here at Milford. They're going to be the game changers. We talked about it yesterday. Hayden catching a 3-4, Brody catching a 4-6. Those two kickers are the reason they're both fishing today. Easton had a really solid day throughout with the 2 over 2.5 pounds, but for the most part, these anglers are on a short practice schedule. This is basically day 3.5 of practice for them. They've had Thursday of practice in really windy conditions. Friday competition was delayed, and they decided to opt to make it a practice day instead of a seeding day, because that was the initial plan. You have 8 anglers here, multiple ways that they've qualified for this bracket. How do you seed them? Well, they were going to have a seeding day. Everyone compete for the day, and whatever weight you had, that kind of ranks how you place and sets up the bracket. But they decided to rank it Team of the Year, National Champions, 2nd and 3rd, and that's how they got each seed.
Make sure he beats me to that transition.
So more time on this water will provide them more opportunities to run around, more confidence in areas as well. How long does it for you, Jake, to get comfortable on a body of water after, especially a new body of water? Like one day of practice, you know what the lake looks like. Day 2, you know what to look for. Day 3, you kind of now figured something out.
Yeah, and it all depends. I mean, I've had practices on new lakes where it's like you just land on them and it just kind of comes easy. And also I've had times where it's a struggle to kind of figure out what's going on. And you just try to do like you said, to just try to run around and to just figure out where those fish are set up and where they may be, and then just try to find spots based on your clues that you have. So
Fighting weird.
these guys, if you've never been to a place, it can be difficult, but at the same time, I almost feel like I tend to do better at new lakes, so you don't get caught up in preconceived notions or whatever.
I think so.
Look at that crap.
1-6 will not help Easton. A 1-6 would help every single angler in the bracket today except for Easton Fothergill, because he has a limit already and his smallest is over 1.5 pounds. He is winning his matchup against Hayden Marbett, but that matchup is getting closer with every fish that Hayden gets to fill his limit. Brody Robinson's leading over Tucker Smith. Tucker's been silent other than that one bite of the day. Keep an eye on him and see if there's an update when we come back. Today, it's a huge doubleheader on Fox, starting with the Commanders taking on Jalen Hurts and the Eagles, or other regional action. Then, in America's Game of the Week, the Patriots battle Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, or Cardinals-Niners, all on Fox and the Fox Sports app. By the time we get done with our broadcast this afternoon, I'll be able to slide home and watch the Cardinals take on the Niners. We'll go back-to-back wins. I mean, I'll just say this. For a 1-2 team, we have been just one play away from being 3-0 when it comes to our season. So I'm hopeful. I know there's 4 hopeful anglers out on Milford Lake today for the College Classic bracket semifinal action, the round of 4. Easton Fothergill versus Hayden Marbett. on the left side of your bracket, and then Brody Robinson versus Tucker Smith on the right side of the bracket. These anglers have been given tough conditions the first 2 days of their practice with heavy winds from the south. Yesterday was manageable and they caught some good fish. Today, though, you can see on the left side of your screen that the wind has slicked off in a lot of areas, and Kiana Lewis is going to give us an update with Fox Weather on what we should expect.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Kiana Lewis, and this is a Bassmaster College Bracket Championship forecast. We're looking at the weather on Lake Milford in Junction City, Kansas today. More sun than clouds expected, and we're also looking at highs in the low 90s. Good luck to everyone out there, and don't forget that you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Thank you, Kiana Lewis. As we come out, Brody Robinson hooked up, trying to add a fourth keeper to his tally so far.
What do I have? Brown one.
Fighting it like it could be a big one.
Oh, he's gonna be close. I don't think he's gonna make it. Quit. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Nope.
Not a keeper. Fought it like a big one, but it was not a keeper. Still stuck on 3 for Brody.
Rascal.
I haven't seen many short fish, you know. Most of the fish that we've seen caught have been keepers.
Got me all bloody and wouldn't even keep.
Robinson obviously made a big splash yesterday with the 4-6 big bass of the day. That's how he got to round 2, and so far this morning he's kind of probed this rock transition, more chunk rock down to the sandy banks. And Jake, you talked about how he practiced that, scanning on key high percentage spots, and he has paid off with the way he's also moved his bait.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned earlier that, you know, those fish this morning wanted that bait hopping and snatching it more than just dragging it on the bottom. So he's been able to, you know, to get a few fish that way. Still looking for, you know, a couple more to fill his limit, but you know, I think again that he, you know, working the similar structure that Easton's working, he should be able to fill his limit out soon, and you know, continue to cull throughout the day.
Interested to see not as many moving baits this morning when there was plenty of wind. The wind is kind of slicked off in some areas. You can see where Hayden is. The wind is blowing straight into his region though. That when they were fishing in windier conditions, that we didn't see really many moving baits. I think Hayden threw a topwater a little bit. Easton has messed around with a spinner bait a little bit, but we saw Jack Alexander catch so many species and so many numbers of bass yesterday on a crankbait, just coming up short against Easton.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with, you know, I think we've mentioned that the wind has slacked off a little bit, you know, more this morning than it was yesterday. So yesterday when that wind was really kicking, those reaction style baits obviously played a little bit more. I'm not going to totally count them out today, but we have definitely seen that the more bottom baits, the tubes and the jigs have been a little better today than they were yesterday.
It's 9:15.
That's
Wind
right.
is supposed to pick up a little bit more.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to.
Is that official or unofficial weather report there, Such? Are you giving
I'm
us
very
official?
unofficial. You know that.
Okay, good. I'm not saying, I trust Kiana a lot more than you when it comes to weather, but you have been right in the past.
Well, if the wind does pick up, per Suits, if it does pick up, those reaction style baits will absolutely come back into play. Especially like for Easton and that spinner bait that he was able to cull with a little bit yesterday. Maybe we see some of these guys pick up that small swim bait or, crank bait or spinner bait.
Or a big swim bait.
Yeah, or a big swim bait if they know that they need, some big fish. A big swim bait might absolutely play.
Hayden's going to make a move, it looks like.
Fothergill total 10-15 yesterday. Hayden Marbot 10-12, but he had those two big fish in the afternoon, a 2-1 and a 3-4.
Right.
About half his weight.
Yep.
Does this not look like the place that Brody was fishing just a little bit ago?
Yep.
And if that's the case, then
they
don't realize that they're fishing maybe the same water.
Maybe they didn't confer.
Yeah, maybe they didn't. Or maybe they said, hey, you're more than welcome to pull in and fish if I'm not there. And
could be a timing deal.
Yeah.
Let it rest a little bit. Somebody else come in.
That's right.
These fish will pull off into that 30, 35-foot range we saw on Brody's electronics, where he was sitting in 30 feet of water and the shelf came up. There could be fish on top of it in 5 to 10, fish off of it in 15, and then obviously out way off the break in 30. You could expect to see fish doing all of that. Easton's hooked up.
Thought they looked like bass.
Don't know that one's going to help him, but we'll see. And again, if this is the same spot that Brody was just fishing, Brody was fishing it with a tube. Just a slight, not much of a change in bait, but just a slight bait change with Easton
jig,
throwing the jig could be something that get these fish fired up.
1-2, not going to help him.
Not gonna help.
1-2 would help everybody else. Be a broken record today, as Easton already has a 5-fish limit for the University of Montevallo.
It has a school of them on it, so hopefully we can find a better one out of it. Busting bait right there.
Obviously some action. I don't know if Easton saw a fish school there. He immediately dropped his jig and picked up his swim bait to try to get that fish to bite.
Instant feedback with electronics to see how those fish may be positioned after that last catch. Maybe they swam to the boat and suspended off the bank. Easton Fothergill, though, sitting in a good spot, 9 pounds and an ounce for his 5-fish limit. Just under the target weight that those guys set yesterday of around 10 pounds that most of them advanced with. Hayden Marbot is halfway there, 4 pounds 6 ounces. So is Brody Robinson, 4 pounds 8 ounces. And Tucker Smith, still of our 4 anglers, the one who really hasn't gotten a clue today on what he should do. Just one bite in the boat for him. Beautiful Milford Lake in Kansas, the Kansas capital of fishing. We'll be back to here when we get back. Strike King Bassmaster College Series National Championship just a few weeks ago. That is how you get to the Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket. Had some teams fall just short. Thought it was their time, but they just missed out on this opportunity. The opportunity of a lifetime. 4 teams qualified for this event, splitting them up into 8 individual anglers. Over a 3-day period, we will narrow it down each day to just 2 anglers tomorrow. Those two anglers will battle it out for a classic spot and the chance to represent the Open or the College Series on the Opens next year. Tucker Smith and Hayden Marbut are your national champions. This is why they were seated in the number 3 and 4 spots of our 8-person bracket. We talked about it going to break. Tucker Smith, the one who's kind of fallen behind the 8 ball, one who needs a little bit of a clue, a little bit of figuring out his pattern to really dial it in more, and go out live with Tucker now.
His best fish yesterday also came in the afternoon, 2 pound plus.
Good keeper number 2 for him.
Taking a minute this morning, but we'll figure it out.
110.
Agree.
Solid fish. 110, that's not too bad. More than doubles the size of his first fish.
Where we do these head-to-head matches, Jake, what's your thought on them? You could be fortunate and have an opponent who doesn't do so much, but you can have somebody who just like Easton Fothergill.
It's you know, although there's 4 people out there fishing today, you're just fishing against one other person, so. It's kind of the luck of the draw, whether, if your opponent really catches them or, maybe struggles and you're able to, sneak in or, make it happen and decisively win your match. So, again, it's just kind of a luck of the draw deal, whether your opponent catches them or not.
You had that happen in Wisconsin,
That's
I believe,
right.
in the semifinals.
Yep.
You had the second biggest bag of the semis,
Yep.
but you were facing the biggest bag, and so
was eliminated. And that's
if that's 2 of the top 4.
That's okay. That's the
yeah.
way the game is played, and that's the way it worked out.
Well, this week we've had close matches on day 1 yesterday. You were kind of happy that everybody was like within 1 bite of being able to win.
Yes, and I assume it will probably be that way again today.
Even Nick Dumke, who had the slowest start to day 1, ended up rebounding and being within a 1.5 pounds or so of possibly getting in on Brody's lead yesterday.
Right.
Had 4 limits over 10 pounds yesterday.
Hooked up.
Oh, buddy. I'm gonna have to get back there. Come here, buddy. Yeah.
Beautiful Milford Lake smallmouth.
Let's go.
Biggest one of the day, it looks like.
Yep.
That's what we need. Hold her up. Let's go.
4.8.
4.8.
Biggest of the week so far.
Beautiful smallmouth. God.
5 minutes from being down almost 4 pounds to being
Yeah.
up more than 2 pounds.
7 pounds with
4 and
three
a
fish right now because of a 4.5 pounder, the biggest bass we've seen today and the biggest bass we've seen this week. He knew as soon as he set the hook, I'm going to need to get to the back probably at some point. That's always a good feeling. But Tucker Smith, that's what we were saying. You want to always be, and these guys don't know the weights right now, their competitors. You want to be within one bite. The opportunity of one hook set can jump you from behind to ahead, and he has done that with the last 2 hook sets, a 110 and a 4.8. Have Tucker Smith riding high right now.
And again, we've mentioned it that, you know, yesterday a lot of these fish or a lot of these, you know, competitions were one bite away, and that one's going to pay huge dividends for him.
It changes it a lot. I mean, that's the big bite that I've been looking for all last couple of days, but still got to catch some good ones too, because, you know, fishing against Brody today, and he's grown up fishing against him too, and he's definitely a threat. He's really, really good, so we're gonna have to catch him still, but it helps a lot. And catch as much as I can today. Yeah, come on. Sheesh.
He's got a little school fired up, seems.
Maybe a big school.
Maybe a big school
maybe
is right.
quantity
What do you
or
think? What do you
quality
imagine
wise.
is down there, Jake?
I'm sure it's, you know, either a rock vein or a rock pile or one boulder.
See him.
I think he mentioned a rock pile, so.
He said I think the way the fish are positioned, they're deep in the rocks, so you can't see them on the graph until they rise up.
Right.
I don't think they'll keep. We'll see. Oh, yeah, I think we'll actually.
Maybe a small keeper for him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, money. One even. Actually, we're gonna call him 15 ounces. On the money. Agree. 15 ounces.
Brody heard that Tucker had just caught his 3rd keeper, so he said, I have to go catch my 4th keeper now. Brody adds just under a pound to his total.
Not only got overtaken in the match, but for the big fish of the event, 4.8 to his 4.6 yesterday.
Does that get you like one open entry? If you win the whole thing, you get to represent. Do you just get like one entry fee to the opens if you win Big Bass this week? Is that what it is, Such?
I knew it was gonna be small.
Do something like that.
Win a Toyota truck.
We're about to get in trouble. Promising
like
gifts.
down here to the limit, because I really feel confident I'm gonna get some quality bites when I go up the lake. But I don't think I'll get many.
Doesn't get anything for Big Bass, but he gets the bragging rights for it if it holds.
The big ones definitely live north. It's just they have very small bite windows.
And this week, catching Big Bass will almost ensure that you move on to the next round. We haven't seen a guy catch a top 5 Big Bass of the day and not make it.
Right. I promise you, with that, it's going to be hard. You know, unless Brody obviously can do it. He did it yesterday, so he's going to have, you know, a 3-pound class fish to kind of match up with that fish, just to you know, to keep up. So. But again, I mean, we've a 4.8 is a huge fish. There's obviously fish like that swimming around. If they can connect with those fish, they will help.
Brody had 4.5 pounds with 3 fish. Tucker matched that in their head-to-head matchup with this one swing of the bat, with this one hook set. A 4.5 pounder comes in the boat for Tucker Smith. That game changer will put Tucker in the lead now of his matchup. 1 Montevallo angler ahead, 1 Auburn angler ahead as we reach 2.5 hours into the fishing day. Plenty of more time for these anglers to negotiate and figure it out, but bass like that, that's why you come to the College Classic bracket, and that's what these anglers are made of. 6:15 for Tucker Smith now has the lead for him. Brody Robinson, when that 15-ouncer upgrades, he'll be at 5 pounds 7 ounces. Easton Fothergill still in charge of his matchup over Hayden Marbot. Plenty of more fishing action here on Fox Sports 1. We'll bring it to you after this break.
Yeah!
No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to the Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket at Milford Lake. Dam was impounded in 1967 as we take a look at our Humminbird bird's eye view. The largest man-made lake in the state of Kansas, fishing capital of the state. And according to Tucker Smith, at least this weekend, it's his favorite body of water as he catches a 4.5-pound smallmouth to take the lead. He doesn't know he's in the lead of his matchup, but that did give him the lead.
This was built for flood control. They used to have really bad floods here, like in the 1850s. Killed a bunch of buffalo that, at a big frost afterward, they got hung up in trees and people were actually eating them through the winter.
Oh, wow.
Of course, next spring, cholera broke out.
Yes.
Don't eat the buffalo.
I didn't see that on Wikipedia when I Googled it.
I think that happened to me one time when I was playing the Oregon Trail computer game, you know.
What?
You know,
Really?
No.
A lot of history around this region. General Custer was stationed at Fort Riley. A lot of cavalry there, cavalry school. The phrase "life of Riley" actually came from that camp, that the people were riding their horses out there and relaxing in peacetime. The life of Riley. Now you know, Jake Whitaker.
I know now. That's right.
Hey,
Learn something
don't
every
worry.
day.
Thursday night trivia at your local place in
still
North
come on.
Carolina.
Right.
You'll
That's
be,
right.
yeah.
That question's going to pop up, and I'm going to, thanks to Such.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the dam is credited with saving about $1 billion of flood damage downstream. We still have had bad floods, you know, when in the region where there's some low. Like in the 90s, there was a great flood in '93.
I remember that one.
Do you?
Yeah, I was 3 months old when they flooded. I did see that one online. I did see the last stated flood. They said they've had high water each year after that flood, but they haven't had that level since '93. And now we're on low water conditions here, with it being
Fort Riley.
3 to 5 feet low.
This came up in history recently. It was sometimes identified as ground zero for the 1918 Spanish flu outbreak that all the soldiers going across the world.
Wow.
If you're just joining us, we have semifinal action today. We've narrowed it down. The Bassmaster College Series features thousands of anglers amongst hundreds of teams. Plenty of universities represented. Brody Robinson's hooked up, and here's your final 4 today. 2 days left in the college season today, and tomorrow we will cut it down to just the top 2 to go into Championship Monday. This could be keeper number 5 for Brody. It's not a big one. I don't think that one's going to make it.
If you quit, I'll throw you back, I promise. See, now you done got yourself in a predicament.
Only Fothergill and Marbot with limits. Marbot had a 15-ouncer to finish his a little while ago. He's only got 5 pounds, 5 ounces total, though. He needs to replace.
Caught some big ones this week. Over 2 pounders. They hit your bait harder than the smallmouth do.
Tucker, he probably doesn't like the fact that he's only gotten 3 keepers in the boat, but if the target weight for a lot of these anglers was 10 pounds, and for Tucker yesterday, he survived with just over 8 and 3/4 pounds, just under 9 pounds. He now knows I have half of my weight I had yesterday with 1 bass. If I can just get a limit and get rid of my 13-ouncer, I could be well on my way.
A 4.8 will go a long way in a tournament like this, where your average fish is 1.5 to 2 pounds. So to have a fish that basically counts for 2 to 3 fish in what an average fish is, you're going to be able to to increase your total that much more. And I like tournaments like this, tournaments where you're never really out of it. The lake is not, chock full with big ones, but if you can catch that big one, it's gonna, increase your chances
whole team,
of
I know a bunch of them are watching. I want to give a
greatly.
big shout out to them, my parents, all my family, friends, everyone watching back home. It's super cool to have all the support this week. It's been awesome. What's that?
How would you do it without him?
I wouldn't. Straight up, would not do it.
You can see that Hayden is fishing the exact same spot Tucker Smith started on this morning.
Who do you think's watching you at home?
I know a lot of my family and friends are watching, and all the people from the high school I went to, Sand Rock High School. I appreciate all y'all and all the support. I've got so many texts and calls and shares on Facebook and everything, man. It's just meant the world to me. There's got a huge support group I didn't even realize I had, and it's really awesome to see. It's amazing. Got a lot of really awesome people backing me. No matter how this goes, I still got a heck of a support group and a chance to dance. I can't ask for more than that.
Hayden hooked up.
Just all my family and friends from Minnesota. Thank you guys for watching and following along. All the texts and calls, just all the support. It means a lot to me.
Ooh, why does that feel like a fish? Do what now? Just say hey to my family and friends and everybody watching. Gonna grind it out for 5 big ones, so we'll see how it goes. I'm not gonna quit till the end.
A lot of people make this thing we call college fishing happen. Family support, school funding and support as well, and anglers working hard on their own to make it happen as well. Easton Fothergill, 9 pounds and an ounce, leading over Hayden Marbett, who filled his limit just a few minutes ago. Brody Robinson added keeper number 4 to his tally, still one short of a limit. Meanwhile, Tucker Smith over the last 30 minutes has added a 4.5 pounder, the biggest bass of the day, the biggest bass of the week. We'll see if he can get that topped when we come back.
Live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket is presented by Lews and by Minn Kota. Power Pole. Skeeter Boats. Progressive Insurance. And by wrapup.
Bassmaster Live here at Milford Lake, rolling along. Midday action. These anglers have been out on the water for almost 3 hours of their 8-hour day. They'll get a midday update in about an hour's time, where they know how they stand in their matchup for the day. And like we said, 2 matchups, 4 anglers in store for today. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Jake Whitaker and Mike Sukon. Jake, we've talked about these 4 anglers in this matchup. Easton Fothergill and Hayden Marbett on the left side of the bracket. We obviously know Easton is in the lead right here, 9 pounds and an ounce over Hayden Marbett, but Hayden does have a limit. Meanwhile, there's still room to grow on the right side. Brody Robinson, 5'7". Tucker Smith taking the lead with a big bass, 6'15". But getting off to a hot start, that was key for Easton, and he did that once again this morning.
Yeah, Easton has been the guy that's started out both mornings really hot. Did it again on the same spot that he did yesterday. Had to switch it up a little bit as far as bait selection goes. Yesterday was more of a bait fish imitating swim bait. This morning goes with the jig, was able to catch a few fish, and he has since then filled out his limit doing that exact thing. I really like what he's doing as far as what structure he's fishing. Seems to be dialed in. I don't know if he's, continued to fish some of these places or if he's, trying to expand that water. But hey, we're talking about these big fish. There's big fish in this lake to be had. We just saw it again with Tucker Smith. He has really, helped his case with that big one. Hayden's got some work to do. He's got some fish, but he's going to have to, increase that size or hope that he can get, a big one like he did yesterday. Caught a 3-something yesterday that really helped his bag. So again, looking for those bigger than those 2-pound fish to really up his weight. But they're out there to be had, and he can definitely do it. So
could be a little bit of a worry for some guys if they don't have a certain weight by the midday portion, but for some of our anglers like Hayden, like Brody, they did a lot of their work in the afternoon, so we'll keep an eye on that for sure. But these guys also, other than Easton, sharing a lot of water. We've seen Tucker Smith and Hayden Marbett both in certain areas of the lake, both not with great success from those spots, so we'll keep an eye on where the pressure on this lake transitions. Meanwhile, on the right side of the bracket, the 7 versus 3 matchup. We had an upset in round 1 with Brody Robinson upsetting the number 2 seed Nick Dumke, and Tucker Smith, the 3 seed, winning in a close fashion against Matthew Cummings. But Tucker Smith today by far was behind the 8-ball more than anyone. Just a 13-ouncer right here to his credit almost the entire morning. And then he caught 2 fish back-to-back. Caught a 1-pound 10-ouncer, doubled his weight for the day. It was a good start, a good improvement, and then set the hook. And like we said, if you're within a fish of taking the lead in your matchup, that's where you want to be. He did that with his 4.5-pounder.
Yeah, he switched locations this morning. I know he was hanging around that area where he only had that 13-ounce fish. Switched it up, goes to a new location, and within just a few minutes, catches another keeper, a solid keeper, and then that giant 4.8 smallmouth.
Or if that's in the plan when the sun came up.
It could have been in the plan, absolutely, but that fish for Tucker is going to pay huge dividends at the end of the day.
Same way it did for Brody Robinson yesterday. He was the big bass leader of the week at that point when he caught a 4.6 smallmouth here at Milford Lake on day 1 of the bracket. Took the lead in his matchup after that big one, was able to hold on and win his against his opponent, Nick Dumke. It may, that sun suit, you mentioned it, it may change how these smallmouth are positioned. Tucker was saying these fish are getting now more close to the bottom in the rocks, and most of the time, that is where we want them to be. We don't want them suspended, we want them on the bottom. Tucker may start to pop some areas that he fished earlier and have better success, but he is in the lead over Brody currently on the right side of the bracket, while Easton is in the lead on the left side of the bracket. 1 Montevallo angler in charge and 1 Auburn angler in charge of their matchups.
Go ahead, Such.
I was going to ask you if you're kind of surprised Fothergill hasn't, with all the fish he's been catching, hasn't run into a larger size. Yesterday he had a 210, a couple over 2, but not one of these 3+s.
He's been the more consistent angler as far as, decent sized fish. He has yet to run into that that good sized fish that some of these other guys have. But I was just getting ready to say, there will be another 3-pound plus fish to cross the scales at some point today, whether it's going to be, adding to the lead of one of these guys or putting one of these guys into the lead. So, and if not, multiple, big fish come across.
I'm excited to see how this midday, we're going to take a break from FS1 in just a few minutes, and during that time, they will get a reveal of what their opponent has weight-wise. I don't know if they'll specifically break down that, yes, Tucker has almost 7 pounds, but one of them is 4.5 pounds or not. I think that makes a difference on your adjustments if you're going to make one, but that next 3 hours of fishing towards the end of the day, we will start to see someone going to go do something that we haven't seen this week to give a Hail Mary shot. You can't hold anything back because you may not be here tomorrow.
We won't be on FS1 either tomorrow, Ronnie, but you can watch us on Bassmaster.com. We will be back for the final St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, though.
Yeah.
Jake, have you been following that Open
yes, I have. It's
leaderboard? Who's going to be fishing against you next year in the Elite Series?
The Opens, with it being a 9-tournament schedule now, to qualify for the elites it's a gauntlet, and I honestly am glad I'm not a part of it. So those guys that are at the top of the list are really doing their thing, though.
You get to sit in the Elite Series field looking at the Opens field, hard charging. You get to look at these college anglers that it's hard to think back when we were in college on how good we actually were. This new generation of angler is very good, focused and determined, taking all of the skills that they have learned and gathered and expanded upon them in college. Fish like this are the reason that we wake up and do this sport.
They're all coming out for you, Jake.
They are coming for the top spot in the sport.
Bring it on, let's go.
Possibly for a Bassmaster Classic berth as well. We will continue coverage on Bassmaster.com like we mentioned. In about an hour's time, we're going to take a break, and in an hour's time, we'll return on Bassmaster.com, but you can find photo galleries as well as the updated Bass Track leaderboard of the 4 competitors out there today. It's been a great weekend with you here on Fox Sports 1. Thank you for having us for the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lews. We will see you in a few weeks at the Harris Chain of Lakes for the last Bassmaster Open of the year.
No way! You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Lews at Milford Lake.
1.5 days of the college bracket are in the books, and we have a day and a half left. If you haven't caught enough weight so far this morning, you still have a chance today, but if you do not by the end of the day, you will be gone and headed home. You have to advance. The top 2 fish tomorrow on Championship Monday. Welcome into the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket. Here is our semifinal matchups. The University of Montevallo versus versus Auburn University. Easton Fothergill, 9 pounds 1 ounce on the left side of your bracket. Hayden Marbett closing the gap ever so slightly just behind him. Meanwhile, Tucker Smith had the lead going into the midday break. Brody Robinson filled his limit and has overtaken him. Those numbers are all limits except for Tucker Smith, who just has 3 bass to his credit. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Jake Whitaker, Elite Series pro and former college competitor, especially in this classic bracket. We also have Mike Sukon with us all day. Jake, looking at the deal, the biggest mover that we're waiting on is Tucker Smith, a 4.5 pounder at the end of our morning session, but only 3 bass. He has the most opportunity to grow his bag, and he's right behind Brody in overall weight.
Yeah, he's got the kicker fish to go with what he needs to move on to the next round, but he has got to fill out that limit, and I think he will. So a lot of time left in the day. He's got several hours to make it happen. Tucker's a well-rounded angler. He'll figure it out and make it happen. So, but I mean, all the guys have to, upgrade and continue to try to work to to catch those little bit bigger fish. And I said before on FS1, before we went to break, that there is going to be a 3-pounder to come over the gunnel of one of these guys' boats. Now, whether it's a guy that it's going to increase his lead or put him in the lead is going to be yet to be determined.
Such, one big mover. We had Easton Fothergill out in the lead early this morning in his matchup against Hayden Marbit. But then Hayden Marbit, who had been catching a bunch of fish, but some of them were non-keepers and some of them were very small keepers, he has culled 5 times. 10 total bass have hit the scales for him. He's starting to gain momentum. He is one who could definitely benefit from a 2.5 to 3 pound bite.
Yeah, he had him yesterday afternoon, too. He had the 2-pounder, then a 3-4 to win his match, overcome Levi Mullins and win that one. And also Tucker had a couple nicer fish in the afternoon. So it's all out there still.
You'd have to believe, looking at the 8 anglers yesterday and our 4 anglers today, that a limit isn't a guarantee, but it should happen. So we should expect Tucker Smith to get a limit today at some point, and that 4-pounder will loom large after that. But otherwise, he still has plenty of work to be done. As we take a look at our main code to unlock the lake for Milford Lake, College Classic Bracket destination in 2018 as well. That's our only tangible, real college info about this. I think we've also had some nation events here. It is the largest man-made lake in Kansas, about 15,700 acres. A little bit less than that because the water level is low, 3 to 5 feet low. We will have all of the festivities and activities over at Acorns Resort right there on the eastern shore of Milford Lake. That's where the reveals happen each evening, as well as where the anglers are lodging all week long right there at Milford Lake. We appreciate them as a destination place. And this body of water is throwing anglers curves for sure. And it's something we need to keep an eye out on. When we were talking about the bracket matchups, that 1-4 seeding matchup, Easton Fothergill, 9 pounds, 1 ounce against Hayden Marbit, 6 pounds, 7 ounces from Auburn University. Those two have been back and forth today, but the early lead and the big advantage came from Easton Fothergill early this morning.
Yesterday was a swim bait early for him and was able to catch, some quality fish then. Today, same spot, mixed it up, mixed in the jig, more of a bottom style presentation for him this morning. Again, he's been the best angler as far as getting the average quality fish, has been better than all the other anglers. So he still has room to grow, but he's been on the best average size so far.
Yeah, he came out fast and furious, had a limit within an hour and 15 minutes or so. Yesterday he caught one of his better fish in the afternoon too, though. It's 2+.
Easton was the weight leader for most of yesterday. It got overtaken for a little bit, then he retook the lead at the end of the day, and he is the highest weight angler so far today. His opponent, Hayden Marbit, talked about it this morning. He fished a lot of new water. There was a tremendous amount of south wind beating on some of these banks that weren't fished yesterday because of the intense wind. So Hayden said, I'm going to fish new water in some of those areas that weren't pressured because of the wind to see if I can catch some bonus fish, because I did most of my work in the afternoon. Well, for him, it didn't result in many keepers, but when he started to get a bite or two on certain spots, boy, did he put a couple in the boat. He's caught 10 keepers and probably another 10 or 15 that didn't measure so far today. He's just looking for a better than average bite, which is over 2 pounds today.
Fothergill has not caught a keeper fish since 8:36.
He has definitely rode the wave of his morning train. He'll need to figure something out if he wants to at least survive, advance, and maybe succeed tomorrow. Now we look at the right side of the bracket, the 7-3 matchup. Brody Robinson, 7 pounds, 9 ounces versus Tucker Smith, 6 pounds, 15 ounces. Brody got his limit during our midday break with his biggest bass of the day as well. We saw him start out early this morning, Jake, on a transition spot, a place that you see the bank go from chunk rock to pea gravel to sand, and he had diagnosed, I need to work my bait like this to get those strikes.
Yeah, fishing very similar stuff to his schoolmate Easton. Similar structure in what they're fishing, similar baits, jigs, tube style baits. Again, so he's fishing the right areas based on what we've seen, but he's yet to really kind of connect on that group of fish that has that better than average size. So look for him to either make an adjustment or maybe change up a tactic as far as try to get a little bit bigger bite.
And a big fish on day one of 4.6.
Yes. Meanwhile, the big bass today is going against Brody Robinson, as Tucker Smith has a 4.5 pounder to his credit that we'll see in just a moment, but started his day with a 13 ouncer, then really died off, like just dead silence from him. He made a couple spot changes. That sun really started to get high in the sky. He started to find a rock point where he caught this 110, and then just a cast or two later, caught this 4.5 pounder. This is a bite, though, Jake, that you don't want to waste. No 4.5s are ever wasted, but you don't want that to be the day you don't come in with a limit or you come in with just a couple really small fish. This is a day that Tucker could guarantee I'm going to advance.
Yeah, I mean, a 4.8 is not uncommon, but it has been, we've not seen many fish that size caught here this week. So he's got to fill his limit, and if he can do that with a couple decent fish, he's going to really put the pressure on Brody to try to catch him.
And if Brody is able to hold off an angler today that had a 4.5, Brody must have had a good day. So we'll keep an eye on his day as well. As we head out to that 1-4 matchup, Montevallo's Easton Fothergill versus Auburn University's Hayden Marbut.
Swam up and ate it whenever I reeled it up. I'm trying.
£1 3 ounces. Hang on. 1 pound 3 ounces.
Agreed.
3?
Yes, sir.
You got it. Picks up 2 ounces.
He is really what he's done. He's scratched and clawed his way up into a position where he has won 4.5 pound bite out of the lead. So he is not out of this. He's got his limit. But again, he's put himself in a position where if he does catch that big kicker fish that he needs, he's going to be right there close to being in the lead.
And one thing that's impressive about Hayden, if he were to upset Easton today in advance, Marbut has by far caught the most number of fish in our field the first 2 days. A lot of small ones, but if he's getting this many bites, maybe it's that drop shot. Yeah. It's a different presentation than others are presenting. He's able to maybe fish behind some people. Maybe he's dialed in on a depth range, but if he's able to do that, he has by far caught the most numbers of fish, and we'll see if that translates as well. So we go to a little indention on the bank north of takeoff just slightly. I think this is the most north we've seen someone fish. Brody Robinson talked about maybe that bite window in the afternoon would be in his favor when he heads from the dam up north.
Come on, don't be a crappie. He's bigger than 15 ounces, I believe.
That's a small.
This will be his first chance to cull. He has a limit. This is fish number 6.
I think he's one even.
All right. One, two.
Agree. I gonna ounce him to death.
1, 2.
A little rat's loaded up on this bank while we was during the break.
3 ounce cull.
What's kind of like your plan this afternoon?
Since we've got back from break, it looks like that wind has started to pick back up.
Hey, I was right. He's up here.
You were right.
Which it isn't showing right now, but due to the little experience I have here, I mean, the last 3 days, it seemed like the better bites came from up here. So we're just gonna, we got 4 hours to catch one big one, really. If we can catch one big one, I'll feel pretty good, as tough as it is today. So we're just gonna bounce around these wind-blown transitions and points and see if we can't catch her. I feel good about it. We're still getting bit. Just gotta cross paths with the right one.
Jake, you notice the Montevallo guys were kind of in the same region, and the Auburn guys were kind of in the same region. You could help your teammate. You
right now.
You don't want to help Monte figure out tomorrow if you were to make it, though.
I don't know what it is with this time of day.
Today, if they were able to, talk to each other,
right now.
And just kind of.
Here's what
probably
I'm seeing.
not. I really doubt that they gave each other specific locations where they were fishing, but they probably said, "Hey, these transition banks where these these fish are setting up here." Obviously, that's probably what the case is, because that's exactly what Brody and Easton are fishing, and it just so happens that they eventually find the same spot as each other. So, I think it's really cool that they're doing that.
Pound even?
Yeah. Agree.
Yeah.
I think 1 pounder didn't help at all. I think he got rid of all his fish under.
Tucker's one keeper away from taking the lead, but it's just, gosh, it's been so slow for him. I know he started this morning with the 113 ouncer, and then he hit the 1 point, then he caught the 110 and the big one. But other than that, it's just been slow go for Tucker this morning.
The plan is to keep bouncing, but I'm about to head back to that place where I caught that big one. Just giving it a break for a second. See if more will reload on it, but yeah, we're gonna kind of just bounce around and see what happens. But I think today's gonna be pretty tough with the conditions. I don't know. It seems like they're biting better yesterday morning down this way, but so we'll see how the afternoon goes. Maybe they'll bite this afternoon.
Brody versus Tucker on the right side of our bracket today. Tucker still with 3 fish, needing to fill his limit. Meanwhile, we go over to the left side of the bracket. Easton Fothergill, Hayden Marbett. Looks like Easton is staying in the wind.
Looks very similar to the place yesterday where he was able to catch a couple fish on that spinnerbait, and he is doing exactly that now. Hayden's hooked up.
Hayden's trying to catch his 936th bass today. He's
What's that?
by far caught the most numbers of
Yeah,
fish.
if it's a bass, it's probably a good one. Kind of rolling like a drum though. Be a bass. Oh yeah. Oh man.
Oh no.
You'll have that. You'll have that. Oh yeah. There's more of them.
They look like a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say unlike the last few years, I think all four of these guys, heart rates don't jump at all or spike even when losing a fish. Like they're all just even keel.
Yeah.
Finally gets it to the surface to realize it is a smallmouth and probably will be a helper with him having a 1-2 still into his credit.
I think that one might have been close to a 2 something.
You don't want to have that, but I guess you will have that. It's a tough job sometimes.
He's got
He's
another
hooked up
one.
again. I am surprised no one has thrown a mid-depth diving crankbait.
Yeah, that is. I mean, you know, and
especially
it's
with
hard to. It's hard to.
Ozarks and Midwest,
Yeah.
you know, like you just assume that's got to be a bite somewhere. Jack Alexander really exploited a crankbait yesterday, but a shallower version, some flatter banks, but,
Right.
You know.
Well, and especially with them saying that, you know, these fish have been relatively shallow. You know, if they're feeding on crawfish with the jig and the tube, maybe instead of a shad colored, you know, go with a crawfish colored crankbait.
I think Brody may have mentioned this morning the number of striper that they were catching on like
Yep.
moving baits.
Yeah.
But there's got to be a portion of this lake where maybe that afternoon adjustment can happen if the sun's up and
Yeah.
the only thing you have in the sky is wind other than sunny skies. Little by little, got some of these guys making upgrades, extending leads, maybe closing their deficit just a little bit, but still, Brody Robinson, Easton Fothergill in the lead. 2 Montevallo anglers looking to punch their tickets to Championship Monday. Got a 50-50 shot that each school will get represented. We will see it all when we get back. More from Milford Lake on the way.
Live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket is presented by Lews and by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Glad to be with you here on a beautiful Sunday morning, Milford Lake in Junction City, Kansas. 8 anglers started the week competing with one chance at the Bassmaster Classic and representing the College Series on the Bassmaster Opens. We've now cut it to 4 4 anglers. You got a 25% shot of the remaining field to make the Classic. 50-50 if you beat your guy or not head-to-head. We will see how that manages out, but currently both Montevallo anglers are in the lead over both Auburn anglers, but we saw the opposite. We saw Bethel University leading both matchups early yesterday, with Auburn coming back in the afternoon to win those. So we'll keep an eye on Auburn this afternoon, especially Tucker Smith, who has 3 fish to his credit, 2 short of a limit, still plenty of room to grow, and he has a 4.5 pounder keeping him afloat right now within range of Brody.
Looks like he's made his way back out to that point where he caught that 4.8 and then the 110. See if a few more fish have moved up on this spot for him.
He said he was going to let it rest.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to set the hook there a second.
I know.
We'll have to keep an eye on it as well. A lot of these guys are fishing sharp, jagged rock, formations.
Watch your line.
And these fish are down in those rocks and not necessarily above them high in the water column. So even if they get the key bite, landing them, we've already seen 4 or 5 breakoffs today, especially early this morning on the first couple casts of the day.
Falcons are up on the Tigers.
There you go.
Falcons are up on the Tigers? We crossbreeding some. Oh, you're talking about the Montevallo's mascot. Okay, I was like, I'm watching my fantasy football team, and I'm like, they're playing the Jaguars. That's a wrong kind of cat. That's a big cat, but a wrong big cat.
Jaguars are a big cat. You're right. Oh.
There's that spinnerbait coming back into play for Easton.
He hit like on the bank.
Gotta be 110 or better.
Nope.
I'm not gonna do it.
2 1/6s.
The last 3 bass that Fothergill has caught have not called up for him. 1-6, 1-2, 1-6.
About took the rod out of my hand.
Jake, does he ever realize maybe the bigger fish aren't in here, or they're around there, they're just not biting yet?
Well, I mean,
and go somewhere else.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Can't say that they're not there, because yesterday I think this is the stretch where he caught
the 2s.
The 2 pounders, and then with the way that the wind has picked back up, I think it's a really good move. What he's doing is trying to get this spinnerbait back going. I think this has probably been one of the best ways to get bit as far as observing from yesterday afternoon and just seeing what he did. Now, obviously, some of the bigger fish yesterday afternoon were bottom style baits, but I like what Easton's doing with the spinnerbait.
Now, 6 weeks ago, he's having headaches at the national championship, and realized a couple of weeks later, so bad a pain that he needed brain surgery. He had abscess, and his brain wasn't cancerous, but he's recovering, and being out on the water a couple of days in a row, could be fatiguing.
Absolutely. But I promise you one thing, catching fish like he's doing is helping with that.
Reinvigorating him, huh?
He is jump started for sure.
He probably gets back and gets some nice rest.
Especially with how his mornings have gone. I could see, if he's had slow mornings, getting wore out mentally, but getting off to a quick start does so much for your confidence.
Get your adrenaline going too, right?
I don't care what anybody says, you fish so much better with 5 in the live well. I don't really care how big they are, but with 5, he's got 5 in the well. He's been able to relax and just go fishing and do what he wants to do.
We didn't hear any interviews during the reveals to see if anybody reacted or were surprised or anything.
Like I said, I don't think there's much that's gonna make these guys
Rattle
hearts
any
skip
of
a
these
beat.
guys, right?
Gotta make sure they're awake. Brody, I can see Brody getting fired up.
I wonder if he heard that Tucker had a 4.5 pounder. I mean, how would you alter your plan if you knew you were several pounds behind?
That's a great question because, I mean, you know, based on what these guys have caught in practice, maybe you don't really know how to go get that 4.5 pounder. Just like Brody did yesterday, he caught a 4.5 pounder or 4.6, probably doing the same thing he's doing now. So, I mean, who's to say what they're doing is wrong? They just haven't come across that fish that's ready to bite yet.
Saw him catch a 4.6 yesterday, the biggest fish of day one. Tucker Smith with a 4.8 today. Tops the whole event. You know, Hayden Marbutt had the 3.4 yesterday to overtake Levi Mullins right after he caught a 2-pounder.
Right.
Definitely windows of time. It seems like every time we see someone catch one, they'll catch 2 or 3, and then it might go silent again for them. But if those 2 or 3 you catch are 2, 3, and a 1.5, you know, or something, it can get right in a hurry. Or like we saw with Easton in the morning when he gets his flurry at 2.5, a 2, and a 2 3/4. That's major.
Jake, if you were there, what would you be doing in this situation today with the conditions and high skies?
Well, I mean, like I say, with the way that the wind has picked up this afternoon, I really like what Easton's doing. He's able to cover more water. He's able to, you know, really, you know, kind of pick that apart, this rock wall apart. Maybe I would try to mix in maybe like a square bill crankbait or something, just to, you know, maybe get that, especially a reaction style bait bouncing off those rocks. If those fish are really tight to the rocks today, maybe get those fish to react. But I mean, he's got the spinner bait going, same deal. But hey, again, the drop shot and the bottom, you know, the jig and the tube style baits have been working good. So maybe today's just a tougher day, and these fish aren't biting like they were yesterday. Tucker hooked up.
Very, very important fish. Maybe a 1.5 pounds. Tucker needs a 13-ounce bass to tie Brody in their matchup. If it's anything more than 13, it'll give.
He's definitely 12, but
give him the lead with just 4 fish. There's the lead in his matchup. And he still has 1 more to fill his limit. That's the impact of a 4.5 pounder.
Yes.
Keeps you close with weight while you still figure out the pattern.
8 pounds even.
Wow.
4 fish.
He's nearing his weight yesterday and still has 1 more to go for a limit.
And more than 3 hours to go as well.
The nation tournament director for Bassmaster, GL Compton, he's out there in the boat, I believe with Brody today. He just messaged me and said at halftime, we did not tell individual weights, we just told total weight and total number of fish. So Brody only knows Tucker had 3 for 6 and change, not that he had a 4.5 pounder in there.
Yeah. You can probably tell with 6.15 on 3 fish.
Yeah, he's got a good
average.
Yeah.
The average yesterday
but
was
I would be
1.
more afraid. I would be more afraid if he had 3 2.5 pounders.
Yeah.
Because that's consistency, and like if he does that, that's going to be over 10 pounds. You know, if you catch a big one and have a bunch of small, I think both are. You know, oh gosh, he got his kicker today. That's a worry. But also, I would be more worried about consistency here.
Now you got to worry about yourself. But yesterday, the average fish that was weighed ended up being 1.95.
Yeah.
115.
Yeah.
Almost
Pretty
a 2
much,
pounder, yeah.
4 bags over 10 pounds and 4 under, couple in the 8 range, 1 at 9.5.
Well, if 2 even is the average weight of the fish yesterday, we have 4 of those caught today. 1 by Easton, a 2.7, 2 by Brody, a 2 and a 2.2, and then Tucker with a 4.8.
The 4.8 sure helps your average.
It does. That'll help us. It makes it look, makes your, there's some fantasy, running backs that at the end of the day, you've got 10 carries for 60 yards, but no one realizes you had
35-yarder.
Yeah, you had 9 for 20 and a 40-yard rush. So
you got to tire those defenses out a little bit.
Exactly. I'm not alluding to anything
First runs minus
specific.
2 yards, 3 for 5 yards, and then bam.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Classic bracket semifinals. Fothergill's leading Marbutt in 1. Auburn's Tucker Smith is leading Brody Robeson in the other.
Looks like Brody's switched up to more of a moving style bait, probably that small swim bait again.
Does that look a little like a wahe?
Well, yeah, it does. It really does. Again, more trees in Kansas than Hawaii, but
It's funny the parallels, yet they're probably 14 hours apart.
Yeah.
Let's see, from Junction City, Kansas.
I said
to
Grand Rapids is 770 miles, so it was like 11 hours.
Hey, this looks good.
Junction City, Kansas to Mobridge, South Dakota.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 10 hours. It is 10 hours, and it's almost directly north, but you do have to take highway-wise.
Well, just
go straight north and then take a
fishing.
west.
Is there similarities? I mean, I'm sure latitude's way more differentiates fishing.
I think what really this is just the Midwest landscape, more of your flat, rocky shelf stuff.
Yeah.
You
see traits of this at Ouachita, Grand Lake. They all have similar banks to this, but the overall layout
more
of the lake.
Of your river style, your impoundments that were once rivers that are now dammed into lakes.
Did you know that Santee Cooper and Lake Okeechobee are almost the same latitude? Or longitude, whatever, the verticality. But they're also lined up with Lake Erie, so I don't think that works. I think that's where
they all 3 have grass. How's that? Tucker hooked up.
Be number 5.
Here we go.
Come on.
Another 1-1.
2 fish in the last 7 minutes.
Now he will actually be tied for the biggest bag of the day with Easton Fothergill, 9-1. But the confidence and difference in those days, Easton seemed pretty easy to have that happen. Bunch of normal weight, and to have a 4.5 for Tucker.
They're too smart to do that. They're not dumb out here.
how head fishing can go. Tucker would have only beaten 2 other anglers yesterday.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. 6th biggest weight, yet his matchup was in 7th for the biggest weight, and he beat him. Yet we have Levi Mullins over 10 pounds. Just so happens, so was Hayden.
You mentioned that they're tied in weight. Easton obviously has been the one that has started each day the best. Tucker gets hooked up again.
Yeah. Flurry's 3rd fish in the last 10 minutes. Doesn't have to be much to cull a 13-ouncer out.
12.
£1, 5 ounces.
1.5.
3rd biggest bass of the day for him.
Last 7 minutes, he's gotten right.
That's right.
That's all
It
took.
doesn't take long when you find them.
Yeah, there's just a little rock right there that they're sitting on. I fished this in practice and caught a couple, so it's right next to that place up there that I caught that one, so seems like there's a good bit down this stretch.
Hooked up again. 4th one in 12 or 13 minutes.
Uh-oh. Come here, buddy.
Yes.
It's gonna cull.
Has
Alright.
2 1-1s.
£1, 12 ounces.
Wow.
112.
2nd biggest fish of the day for him. 11-ounce upgrade.
Finish my thought, what I was just saying about
So,
Easton Fothergill being able to start quick each morning. As Such mentioned earlier, he has not caught one to
Just
keep.
got
Okay, but one to help his.
Didn't help, right?
One
Didn't help,
since
though.
8:30.
One since 8:30. If they both can make it through to tomorrow, if Easton does not get started quickly, is he leaving the door open for whoever has
sure.
figured out how to get bit in the afternoon?
Or even the confidence that
Correct.
we should have in
Yeah.
this fishing that Easton could have a big lead and have it come down to the wire because of someone's afternoon
Right.
catch-up, comeback attempt. But Tucker Smith, over the last 30 minutes of time, doing his job, filling his limit, culling twice now. He went from 1 fish for 13 ounces for the first 2.5 hours of the day, and he has now overtaken Brody Robinson and has the biggest bag of the day, 9 pounds, 9 ounces for Tucker Smith, already beating out what he advanced with yesterday, getting close to the target weight everyone else set. We'll keep an eye on that, but Auburn, hey, they're putting their hat. They want to be in the final day. We have 1 tiger and 1 falcon, as Such said, both now
that last fish gave him 10.4. He's got 10 1/4
He's
pounds.
going to be up
Tucker
to 10
Smith.
1/4
yes.
now. That was his biggest cull of the day as well, 11 more ounces to his total. Tucker Smith, over the 10-pound mark. Thank you for that update, Such. Quick math. We will be back for more. Let's see if Easton can get an afternoon bite going, or if Hayden can overtake Fothergill. Maybe Brody Robinson has something to say as well.
Yes!
I got her! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Lews at Milford Lake.
action is heating up here at Milford Lake. The afternoon of the semifinal round for the bracketed competition. It's getting pretty interesting now that Tucker Smith has filled his limit to go along with the biggest bass of the day. Now, he not only is leading his matchup, he has the biggest weight of the semifinal round, over 10 pounds, like Such said at the end of our segment. So we go out to Tucker Smith. If this is live, this is another catch. Oh, this is highlights. Okay, this is from moments ago. My apologies.
I counted the first one coming at about 11:33, Ronnie, Central Time. The last one at 11:42.
3 or 4 fish in 9 minutes.
6:15 to 10:04.
Wow.
So 3 pounds, 5 ounce upgrade. Well, Phil's limit, but
Yeah.
he went right to his bottom line.
Culling twice. Culling twice, and if we're being honest, Easton Fothergill has been the least concerned. Not him himself, but like his bracket, he has been in control of that. He's only culled once to make a difference. The 3 or latest fish for him have not helped, and he hasn't really caught any keepers since, like you said, 8:30 to 9 o'clock this morning. Oh, almost 3 hours ago, as we go out live with him now.
Hooked up.
Bait caster.
Nope.
Doesn't help, or wrong species.
Little offshore spinnerbait.
These were loaded here yesterday too.
White bass.
Probably a shallow point running out, I would assume. Probably got rocks present.
Easton with a white bass there. I like what Easton is doing with this afternoon bite, mixing in a reaction bait. I wonder how his main area will produce in the afternoon if he goes back to touch it today and see. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We got some anglers running around on the lake. 4 anglers today for our semifinals. That's Jake Whitaker. We also have Mike Sukon with us, as always. Jake, some takeaways. We talked about it during our midday break. We went to lunch. 4.5 pounder for Tucker Smith. We knew that was going to help him. Now, not only has he caught 4 fish since then, he's filled his limit, culled twice.
Yeah, we knew when we saw him catch that 4.5 pounder that he was going to be able to control his own destiny, and basically he has done that with that flurry, with upgrading to 10-4, put himself in prime position to move on to the next day. But with that being said, Brody has, he can be a couple, good solid fish away from moving right there close as well. So it's been about who's been able to land that big one, and right now Tucker Smith is that guy with that.
Such, we saw, I think our social media savant Laura Agee posted a clip from the podcast we had the other day where we talked about how the bracket is must-see TV. You look away and you think something is guaranteed, and that falls away. It's following up just like that today with Easton doing so well, thinking he's untouchable. We think he is. Now all of a sudden he's in doubt. Same thing for Brody and Tucker's matchup. You look away and all of a sudden the leaderboards change.
Yeah, we've had head-to-head matches that one guy went up 10 pounds and you thought, oh, it's almost over. The other guy comes back. Tristan McCormick coming back on
lake,
Tucker Smith on this guy and this lake.
With
Nick Ratcliffe and Nolan Miner coming
100%.
back and catching one late. So it's still up in the air for sure.
Jake, I'm gonna ask you, who do you think advances today? Is it as is?
Yeah,
Fothergill and Smith, or what?
I really do. I think Fothergill and Tucker advance, but I really would like to see Fothergill try to figure out how to improve his afternoon bite. He caught some good ones yesterday on that spinnerbait. He may be able to do that again today. It's just a covering water deal. But I think those bottom, that jig and that tube style bait may be a little bit more consistent in the afternoon.
Here's our playing field with our anglers out there today. You've kind of got them separated by school. You've got your Montevallo anglers near takeoff or above takeoff. Then you have Tucker Smith and Hayden Marbett down towards the dam. A couple adjustments being made and everybody is back. You can see the interesting part of where Easton and Brody are fishing. Yes, behind Brody in the background and Easton, it's much flatter, but what the structure they've been fishing has been much steeper. Meanwhile, you look at what Hayden has fished for most of the day. When he's really hasn't improved, it's been flatter. I don't know if Hayden is trying something, but all of his success came on much steeper banks like we saw the other guys do earlier as Tucker Smith swings in another one that I do not think will help.
Yeah, and it's probably just the time of the day where everybody except for really Tucker is kind of really slowed down and, you know, trying to figure out what's going on. They're moving around, trying to figure out where these fish have relocated to, and just trying to figure out how they can get a bite.
We haven't tracked it long enough, and they probably haven't either, to know when there's certain bite windows.
Exactly.
You'll do some stuff in the bracket that you don't really want to do, but you do it just to survive today.
Right.
Like I want to go fish this today, and I want to save my afternoon stuff because I don't need it. Easton could be saving some stuff. I don't think that he's happy with 9-1, but I don't think that he's going to go risk burning a 3-pounder
right.
that he needs tomorrow. Like, he's got sights on tomorrow, but he definitely is trying to make an afternoon bite happen elsewhere.
I wonder what they would do.
Gotta remember, these are all college kids, what, like 19 to 21 years old?
Yeah.
Or if they're fifth-year guys, like 26. No, I'm just kidding.
This is just a gradual gravel point, and actually saw them schooling on this in practice, but it's just long tapering, and it's got on the, I guess, that side of it, it's got some boulders and stuff on it. I caught some good ones on in practice, but just a little feeding area, and is what it is in my eyes. Yep. I would say 80% of what I've fished in this tournament I found on Google Earth before I came here.
I mean, it's noon Sunday, and we have.
I think a spot like this is mainly a timing deal.
Maybe.
Yeah.
There's not enough structure for them to kind of hang out on.
Fothergill's never trailed in his 2 matches, but Marbut is within range for sure.
As we go from that matchup over to the right, Robison versus Smith. Early this morning, Robison was the one with a good game plan. had executed well. Tucker Smith only 13 ounces early this morning, but has had a hard charge plus the biggest bass of the day. Now Robison's on the defense and offense, I guess, having to now make up some weight deficits to catch back up to Tucker in their matchup.
But he doesn't know it.
That's right, he doesn't know.
He only knows that at halftime he had a slim lead and Tucker didn't have a limit.
The bass is hurt. Yep. It ain't that big, but I'll definitely take it. Definitely take that. Sure. Man, I thought it was her when I pulled into it. She's just running out to the channel. Ready? Yeah. 1-4. Oh, okay.
$113.
Agree.
Wow.
What was it?
113.
Give him an 11-ounce upgrade.
Pretty much everything on a tube today, right? Or no?
Yeah. Everything on tube yesterday, too. They quit biting my swim bait. This is one of my favorite baits, even at home, too, though. I love throwing a tube. Shout out to Brian Wright if he's watching. Only difference is here I'm throwing it on 8-pound. At home I throw it on 17 and 20. Flip it like a jig. That puts me over 8, right? Yeah. Just one big one. Be right back where I was yesterday.
Exactly right. One big one.
I got 8-7 Ronnie, which puts him 113 back of Tucker Smith.
That point I graphed down there, that looked right. It looks identical to this one, and it sets up into the wind the same way. I'm excited to go back and fish it. I didn't even notice it in practice. The north end's been so dirty, I just kind of ignored it.
Some upgrades being had. We talked about Brody Robison's got to now improve his odds. That 11-ounce upgrade will move him up to 8-7. Pulls him within 2 pounds of Tucker Smith, and that's what you want. With Brody still having a 1-4, 2 1-4s in his bag. 3-pounder will get him back in the game and in the lead for his matchup. The afternoon provided some drama on day one, and it will certainly provide some drama today. What happened a couple minutes ago isn't guaranteed anymore. If you're leading, it could go by the wayside very quick. We'll be back with some more action from Milford Lake when we continue.
Yes! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Lews at Milford Lake.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here, Milford Lake, for the College Classic Bracket. Such is showing Jake some fantasy football results right now behind the scenes as the noon Central Time games just kicked off, and we're right in the middle of the heat of our game here today, and that is the semifinal bracket action. Got Easton Fothergill versus Hayden Marbett. Tucker Smith versus Brody Robison. is starting to pick up.
Mm-hmm.
Get rid of one of them.
One 112.
112.
What did he say was?
112.
112? That's another 112. He had a 112 just a few minutes ago as well. That'll be another upgrade for him if so. About half a pound it looks like. Yeah, we'll get him up to 10 pounds, 15 ounces, tied for the biggest bag we've seen all week, anchored by the biggest bass we've seen all week, and he still has plenty of room to grow. He now has a 4.8, two 112s, a 110,
Alrighty.
and a 1.5.
Oh.
Tucker's really got on a spot that seems to have a good number of fish on it.
Starting to build a better, getting closer to that average weight. Obviously,
Yeah.
the 4.5 inflates it, but without that, he'd have, 3 that are around 1 1/4.
Yeah.
And 2 that are around 1 1/4. So he would still be right there neck and neck with Brody without the 4.5.
got a judge and the cameraman in the boat, but it's kind of you and your thoughts and your fishing out there. Wonder what goes through their minds.
Yeah, I mean,
You know.
They know that they've got what they've got to do. They've got work to do, especially the guys that knew they were behind after the break. And, you know, obviously Tucker has risen to the occasion and has increased his weight and has passed Brody. But Brody knows that he's got to have a couple more fish. Same with Hayden.
They're not nearly at the target weight they think they should
right,
be at, whether
exactly,
they're leading
exactly.
at halftime or not.
Yes, and you know, they're all doing their best to try to increase their weight in the ways that they think is best for them.
All Brody knows is that he had a lead, slight lead. Tucker didn't have a limit, and he has done his job and upgraded twice since the break.
I'm still looking for somebody to shoot off another firework at their competitor.
Fishing line. There's some fishing line. I knew it felt funny.
Still tight within the swing of the bat. One hook set. He could be back in the game as we look at Tucker Smith in the area. I'm going to call it the area of the day. Other than Easton Fothergill's starting spot, this is the spot of the day. The biggest bass has came here, the biggest flurry has came here, and the biggest weight of the day has came here. We'll keep an eye on Tucker Smith and all of the matchups when we come back.
Yeah! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Lews at Milford Lake.
Plenty of wind. If you're a bird in the Midwest, it's a perfect place to fly. Milford Lake, you can coast and sail for a long time today. That south wind has been strong. Seen it change in different speeds today. It got calm midday, but earlier today, Tucker Smith, who had not set the hook too much today, set the hook on an important one.
I'm gonna have to get back there.
Calm, collected.
Come here, buddy.
At this point in the day, he had 2 keepers to his credit and was way behind Brody Robinson in their matchup.
Yeah. Let's go. That's what we need.
Not only was it a key fish for his day so far, it was a key fish in the aspect of the entire college bracket, a 4.5 pounder. 4.8, the biggest bass of the week, the one that got him back in the race in his matchup, and now he has taken the lead and built on it, has the biggest bag of the entire bracket, tied with what Easton Fothergill put out yesterday, 10 pounds, 15 ounces. He leads the matchup over Brody Robinson. Meanwhile, Fothergill does still lead his matchup over Marbot on the left side of the bracket. Any surprises to you guys? We got a Team of the Year representative and a national champ, both currently advancing if it were to end right now.
Yeah, I'm still going with somebody's going to catch another big one today, and whether that's going to shoot one of them way out of reach or going to bring one super close to their predecessor.
So Brody is 2 pounds 8 ounces behind Tucker Smith. So one swing of the bat, he would need a 3 3/4 to tie on one single fish upgrade.
It's
a
doable.
3 3/4 would do that for him.
He had the 4-6
He had the 4-6 yesterday, so.
I was just thinking that Fothergill or Marbut's got the most fish today. I
Yeah.
think a lot of shorts, but
I mean,
hasn't found the size.
If we look at it, I mean, the place where Tucker caught that 4.8, he's caught all the other fish there that, you know, they're not that great big. So maybe some of these schools that are, you know, we think are just small ones, maybe there's a couple big ones lurking in there that could bite here this afternoon.
2.5 pounds back for Hayden as well in his matchup. He needs a 3.11, so just under 3 3/4 to be able to pull even with Easton Fothergill in his matchup. One thing that's interesting is now that Tucker does have this spot that he trusted a little bit yesterday and leaned on a lot today, I wonder if he's tried to start here. It seems like he hasn't started here.
That's true.
Maybe you start here in the morning and you can maybe catch a fish or two. Maybe it's different presentation for these fish. Maybe they're up off the rocks when it's low light. Maybe they're
Or if the
farther
sun,
up on the point.
pulls them up a little.
And still be able to
sets
hit
them
it
down there.
afternoon, for sure.
A lot of interesting things that are going to happen this afternoon that will decipher what happens tomorrow as well. As far as where these guys fish and what they're throwing.
Tomorrow, overnight lows will get down into the 60s. Coldest around 7 a.m., 65, and it's going to be clear and sunny. Get back up into the 90s by 2 p.m.
What'd you say about wind?
Wind will be changed a little bit. It'll be less from the south-southeast. It'll be 5 miles an hour, 7 a.m. when they start.
South-southeast is a good wind, though, with the way that the bottom of the lake turns, and if it's south-southwest, building up the main part of the lake, south-southeast doesn't. It may be more of an angle on Easton's starting spot, maybe more windy there than others, but I would definitely say that south-southwest would impact the lake more.
Then it increases to about 10 miles an hour, 10 a.m., 14 miles an hour, 2 p.m., and it's from the south.
Okay.
The rest of the day it switches.
So building again. Easton's worked his way all the way down close to the dam.
You can't really say rally time in bass fishing, but Tucker Smith missing out on a classic spot through this event 2 years ago by 3 ounces. He may have come in here with a little more resolve and a little more thought process and a little more, I don't know.
Well, he knows how to win, and because he's just been in these positions enough to know exactly what he needs to do and how to do it. So the adjustment process for him is less than what it may be for some of the other guys. But all of these guys are very capable at what they're doing, and it just seems to me that this week has been who can get the big bite. And today it's been Tucker. I thought we might have seen a few more big ones caught, but it's been whoever can get the one.
And what's our second biggest fish today? Fothergill's 2.7, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
They'll drop it in a cage to like.
Brody's hooked up.
I think it's a big drum. Ah, big cat.
Catfish. Second one of those we've seen today.
I caught what they're after.
What have we seen? Catfish, drum, white bass, smallmouth, largemouth?
Walleye.
Walleye.
We've seen it all.
Get off my hook.
Crappie. The guys said they've caught some crappie.
Yeah.
That good stuff right there. Got giant blues out here. Like giant ones.
There's a bunch of sand out here.
Yeah, there's a little gravel point right here and right there. I haven't fished this yet, I just graphed it. But it sets up right. starting to research this place is like a flood control lake. That's what all these silt points are from. This place gets really high. I'd love to see it when it's high. I bet it's fun.
That's the Coosa River jig flipper, tube flipper, and
whatever largemouth.
And Brody wanting the water to be high.
Show up probably.
I think some of those shallow shelves when it was high would really go back.
Yeah.
And now with being a flood control lake, all that undergrowth and brush probably withers away, and then the next year it starts to grow back.
Yep.
So you start to have some areas that maybe we'd see the largemouth show up if it was a flooded tournament, but.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see if the largemouth would play more.
Where they swim from to get to the shallows.
Tucker Smith has tied our big bag behind a 4.5 pounder at about 9:30. Rested his area, came back, called up to 10 pounds, 15 ounces. Ty Easton Fothergill on his day one big weight.
I got messaged by a Milford Lake local angler, competitor fisherman, and so I just asked him the question, is this a largemouth? You know, do you see a lot of largemouth show up in tournaments if it's fished when it is flooded? We'll see.
Oh, you just asked.
I will report back, yes.
Last cast. I feel like I'm current fishing. I just let the wind push my tube down the bank. Look at Fox.
Maybe it's our buddy from yesterday.
Yeah, it's the same one.
We'll still have to ask him, what does he say?
Oh.
Tucker Smith still in charge over Brody Robinson. Meanwhile, Easton Fothergill, 9 pounds and an ounce in charge over Hayden Marbett. Basically 2.5 pound difference between both matchups right now. A 3 3/4, one swing of the bat can pull either one of those guys into the lead of their matchup, and
that looks exactly like the guy we saw yesterday.
Little skinny mini. That's what we call this fox. Looking for a meal. Maybe that catfish could have did him some good. We'll see. Maybe him some action from the fox when we come back.
Live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket is presented by Lews and by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Just over an hour left in our broadcast today, just over 2 hours left in their fishing day. Just wanted to give you a heads up if you're an avid college bass fan or a fan of one of these gentlemen that'll make tomorrow's final day. We will have live coverage all day on Bassmaster.com tomorrow. We will go 3 hours in the morning and we will take a 1 hour break. Then we will go 4.5 hours. We'll do our normal 3 hours, but we will stick with you for the final hour of fishing that we have stepped away from each day, and we'll also have the reveal of who becomes the College Classic Bracket champion for this year. We will have all of that on Bassmaster.com. You'll be able to watch that stream all throughout the day. Monday at work, Monday at school. Maybe we'll have a Montevallo celebration live or a Auburn celebration live. One of the two possibilities.
Tournament director Glenn Cale calls it the Dream Maker event. Of course, you get a berth to the 2024 Bassmaster Classic over there at Grand Lake. but you also get $7,500 stipend, use of a Tundra and a Nitro Z20 fully rigged with the Humminbird Minn Kota. And then you get to into the opens.
I heard you get
EQ.
groupies as well.
You get what?
Groupies,
Yep.
fishing groupies.
Do you?
Yep.
Okay.
All the girls on campus come flock.
If you're at schools like Jake and I, where a bass fishing title is the only championship the school may see, you know. Just kidding. But yes, that is the incentive. I talked to Hank Weldon, and they said that over the last few years, obviously, college fishing has gotten big, and it's been a pipeline for anglers to go to the opens to make the next step to the elites. But also education is very important to the sponsors that are doling out the opportunity to fish the opens, that if you're a senior, you'll get entry into all 9 opens for the EQs. But if you are an underclassman, a freshman or sophomore or something like that, doing 9 events may be across the country may be way too much. So you'll have entry into a division of your choice as well as the classic and some other things. So be a good opportunity to travel the country and also expand your brand as you try to make it to the Elite Series no matter what year you are in school. We kind of had a senior invasion to start it. Upshaw, Lee, Pruitt, all of those guys were seniors and done with college fishing as they won the bracket. Then we started to get some younger underclassmen with John Garrett, Jacob Fouts, Trevor Lowe, and now it's back to the senior revolution with Louis Minetti, Tristan McCormick, Cody Huff the last few years.
Ronnie, did you hear what that fox had to say right as we left break?
I did not. Do you know what the fox said?
Did you?
I'm not biting.
Ding, 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 ding.
You sound like an idiot.
If I sing it too good, we could get flagged for copyright for song infringement, so I can't sing it too good.
You gotta
you know?
mix it up a little bit.
Scrawny little fox, too.
It was. He's on the hunt this morning, or this afternoon, I should say.
Just got a message, not from my informant from Milford, but another one. Said, Ronnie, largemouth are definitely a player when the water's higher. There are still some spots right now where there is enough water you could go up and find some areas to flip for a largemouth or two. That might be more north of takeoff where you take a left, or maybe in the backs of some creeks. And then he mentioned he lives just up the road in Lawrence, Kansas, which is home of the Jayhawks.
Go Teals, go Heels.
That's a wrong shade of blue in the state of Kansas. Even though they do have direct ties with your good old boy, old boy Roy.
That's right. Yeah, I would definitely think that the upper end of Milford would definitely probably set up better for your largemouth if there's bushes or even, you know, the little more stained water. I don't know that any of the guys went up there and practiced, but I would imagine that would definitely set up better for the largemouth.
What's your take on the younger guys who are kind of more reliant on their electronics and may not just go exploring?
Well, I mean, gosh, I mean, you just got to think. I mean, they've grown up using it now, basically. I mean,
since 2016 it's been around, but yes.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, maybe as they were fishing as kids, they were able to just, you know, go down the bank flipping and doing all that stuff, but you know, the forward-facing stuff has been around long enough to where these guys are basically throughout high school and now
swing head,
grown up using it. So
trying to drag it out deeper than I've been fishing.
They're definitely more in tune with it.
Just because I don't think they're up where I caught them this morning, because I'm struggling to get bit. So I'm just trying to drag this in that 6 to 12 foot range, I would say. And if this don't work, well, I got some other rock piles down lake in pockets and stuff. Kind of less main lake type stuff. Try that. This little section of lake here is where almost all the big fish I've caught have been, so trying to figure out how to get them to bite in the afternoon.
Just say with each of the guys trailing needed what, like a 3 3/4 to a 4-pounder to
3 3/4
to actually close the gap. I know, if they were able to catch a couple 2.5 pounders or so, that would also help their cause.
Yep, a 2.5 pounder gets you a 1.25 pound coal probably. So 2 of those get you the 2.5 pounds you need. Got another fisherman on this bank with Easton. This one's a professional fisherman.
Life or death for him.
Yeah. Can definitely see all that moss and algae grass or some kind of vegetation pushed up on all those rocks from the sustained winds. Probably the water clarity in a lot of areas has changed since when they first arrived here on Thursday.
Jake, you like his plan to pull out a little bit further and see if they've gone
Sure,
a little
absolutely,
bit deeper?
yeah. I mean,
hasn't caught a fish in more than 4 hours.
For whatever
scored.
For whatever reason, that spot that he's fishing in the morning, those fish must be pulling up overnight, and they're still there in the morning. But for whatever reason, when the sun, gets higher in the sky, those fish either are pulling out somewhere or moving or whatever it may be. If he could locate where those fish went and figure out what they'll bite, he'll be dangerous tomorrow.
Think he's thinking about tomorrow yet?
I know he's hoping he's making tomorrow.
I think it looms in their head for sure.
Yes.
Of like, if I can catch an upgrade for sure, but if I can figure something out for tomorrow, that would
you
be
got to
great.
think. You got to think about Tucker as well. I mean, what if Tucker doesn't catch a 4.8 tomorrow? He's not. His bag isn't.
insurmountable
Right,
for
it's-
anybody else. So,
It's day one bag
right,
almost then.
right.
I would say if I was Tucker and I knew I had 10-15 and I knew that was the highest weight someone caught yesterday, that it would straight up suck to lose today, but you would have to be beat by the biggest bag of the tournament, which you can't blame somebody for it, as we have the local biker gang pulling up in front of Brody.
Like rope or something.
Guys, I need Ross in the truck to know that Puka Nacua has 4 catches for 91 yards against him right now. You know,
my.
he may have Josh Allen with 2 touchdowns, but feeling very confident. Just needing them to know that.
Our launch site, Farnham Creek Boat Ramp, and the Acorns Resort.
Multiple acorns.
Across the way is a place called Nudie Beach, and it's a popular hangout. It is not a nude beach, though. But
Those,
people
them
pull
college
their boats
boys
up.
have definitely fished around that beach this week, I promise you.
Easton was definitely looking at Google Earth at this, like,
He
just
saw
to make
that.
sure. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I saw it on the map and was not going to bring that up,
Well,
Such,
it's not
because
a
I
nude
don't know.
beach,
It's
a
not
family
but
friendly.
They need to change the name.
Yes.
Does not allow nude bathing.
Good. That's good to know. We got 1 hour left of competition today for our show here on Bassmaster.com. Little bit of an afternoon lull, and I don't think any of these guys have let up on their spots. I think that they're definitely trying and adjusting. Brody's had some bites, but not all of them have been bass. Tucker's gone quiet since his major flurry midday. Easton still looking like he's working hard, trying a lot of different banks. Such is dancing to our college bass theme music that we've come to know and love. It's a semifinal Sunday. 2 anglers will be sent home today. And the other 2 will fish for a chance to fish in the Bassmaster Classic, a lifelong dream for many, and it'll be a dream realized for someone tomorrow. We'll be right back.
Yeah! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Lews at Milford Lake.
Puka Nacua.
Absolutely. If I had a fantasy team here for the bracket, of course, you know, I mean, I would start Fothergill
and
Marbot,
that's right.
Smith,
That's exactly
Robinson.
right.
I'm picking them all. I don't know what pool we're picking from, but I will say Kyle Jesse, myself, Chase Sansom, Chris Decker all made a prospects list at the beginning of the year because of knowing the college series.
Okay.
3 of the 4 teams that are in the bracket were a part of that prospect list. So very, very cool to see that. And then to see the duo of Jack Alexander and Brody Robinson not on that list, making it in here and obviously advancing to the semifinals, half of that team. So we look at.
I watched the podcast in the picks. Kyle Jesse went with Brody.
Yep, still got a shot.
Sansom's got Fothergill.
Mine got
Fothergill.
eliminated yesterday.
Chris Decker. He kind of has. He said Tucker Smith is a favorite, but he was going with Levi Mullins.
Yep.
And then Ronnie Morse is
4 more like that one. And
If we had one guy to
and
pick,
Tucker Smith in the finals.
we had one guy to pick to get off to a fast start.
Yeah.
Easton
Thank you,
Fothergill.
Jake, for getting us back on the tracks here. But Easton has definitely been. Easton has definitely.
You're doing well.
He's definitely been the fastest starter. If he can get this spinnerbait bite going, or if the wind dies down tomorrow and it's not, or a different direction, some other pattern may come into play.
He hit like on the bank.
Yeah, I'm surprised the spinnerbait hasn't worked out today as like it did yesterday.
And then for Hayden Marbett, man, the morning has been his kryptonite. He's gotten off to a slow start when it comes to keepers, thrown topwater the last few days, but it has not resulted in many quality fish catches. Just a lot of non-bass or white bass to be specific. But this afternoon, the midday to afternoon portion really has been Marbett's time to excel. He's caught fish after fish after fish. Culled the most out of anyone in the field, but has the lowest weight of anyone in the field as well. He's still only just 2.5 pounds out of the lead in his matchup, though.
Needs one fish.
One 3 and a
kicker
3/4,
fisher.
and he's good to go.
One kicker fish.
We saw the afternoon produce 2 upgrades for him that were key, a 2.5 and a 3 1/4. He will need those today if he wants to advance. Meanwhile, this side of the bracket, the same deficit, 2.5 pounds. A 3 3/4 will get Brody Robinson pulled exactly tied with Tucker Smith. Brody started strong this morning, had the lead after a couple key keepers, kind of targeting the same types of banks where we've seen Tucker and Hayden fish flatter stuff at times. We've seen Easton and Brody fish much steeper and rock transitions. That's been the key.
Yeah, and this morning, Brody, figured out that they wanted that tube that he's throwing, snapping it up off the bottom instead of just dragging it. He was able to catch a couple fish doing that. And then, this afternoon has just kind of been a challenge for everybody as far as getting on that bigger size bite. So I'm not counting anybody out just yet. These guys, are doing their best, and whoever can come up with that next big bite is gonna improve their standings.
Tucker with a really, really slow morning. We saw that a little bit yesterday. Had just a 13 ouncer, then he made a change to another spot. Ended up getting on this school of fish that's off a rock point. Caught a 110, that doubles his weight. And then this bite right here, how key is this fish? Not only to the implications of today, but just for the bracket in general.
Biggest fish of the whole tournament. I know we saw the 4.6 yesterday from Brody, but a 4.8 to anchor his bag
Beautiful smallmouth
is a great way to help him to advance tomorrow. So anybody that can match that will be fun to see.
That's the right side of the bracket. Smith versus Robinson. Fothergill versus Marbett on the left side of the bracket. Montevallo versus Auburn. We've got 2 Montevallo anglers, 2 Auburn anglers going head to head. Are we going to have a mixture of Falcons and Tigers tomorrow? Or are we going to have
Lions and Tigers and Bears?
Yeah.
Oh my. One of the greatest headlines I've ever written at the newspaper.
Yeah.
You had a player on the Lions, ex-Lion, a Tiger for Bears. And he went to the Bears. Oh my! And I added that in the headline. It fit. He's a Tiger because he was doing well for the team.
That's right.
Yeah, you see. Follow along here.
I'm following. I'm picking it up.
You remember dumb headlines like that?
Oh,
that you've written. Or read. Yesterday afternoon, he overtook Levi Mullins, who was down most of the day with a 2-1. to get to 9 pounds, and a 3-4 to get him up to 10 pounds, 12 ounces, Hayden Marbud. I sure like a big kicker bite like that now to make up his 2.5 pound deficit to Fothergill.
Looks like Robinson's hooked up. We're taking a look at 2 trailing anglers in their matchups currently.
What's my smallest? 1.4. Well, at least weigh him if he's 12. Yeah, he's 12, but he won't be 1.4. Oh, my bad. That's a baby right there.
No help for him.
Man, I love this bank. I always get bit here.
I've noticed a lot of the guys are fishing relatively close to the bank. I just pulled up a map of Milford just to see if there was like any offshore, islands or underwater humps that might play. And really and truly, there's maybe a few, but most of the lake, once it drops off that main drop, it's very bare. So that's probably one of the reasons why we are seeing most everybody relatively close to the bank. Does look like there's a few, road beds, but a lot of times when a lake is as old as Milford, I know it's not super old, but a lot of times those road beds get silted in and they're not really much of a factor.
Pretty good afternoon lull going here. Tucker Smith with the last fish. 1 3/4 pounder, about 12:15. Been an hour since somebody has caught a scoreable fish. Or one that culled.
Keeper, yeah.
that bank that Easton on is, I know it may be hard to tell just because we're looking kind of into the sun there, but it does look like that is a little bit dingier water than where everybody else is. So I'm not sure exactly how far up the lake he is, but.
Yes, and when you were talking about the contours you were looking at on your phone of the lake, I looked up on our screen of knowledge over here, the Humminbird Lake Master for it. I did the offset, and the last place where you could say that the full-blown lake creek channel, it does stop right there, almost even with the takeoff, but on the west side of the lake where Easton has been starting his day. So it does get a lot flatter. Even though the banks may be steep north of the takeoff, it kind of drops off to 20, and then the whole mid-lake is 20. It's not 50 to 80, you know.
Wasn't a deeper cut riverbed then?
Yes, it's kind of more of a big square. As you now see Hayden making a big adjustment, going farther north than we've seen anybody go all week. There are a couple key looking contours up there. I don't know what the actual banks look like that far north, but farther up as it hooks a left to the west. Maybe some different colored water up there as well. Marbot's hooked up.
Oh man!
Big old drum.
That was
man.
Yanked it out of that catfish.
That one about fooled me for a second.
It's a good one.
Man, I was just complimenting his region and the decision, and the rocks look great there. The bank looks steep as well. Hayden Marbot, Brody Robinson, they may not know they needed a 3 3/4 pounder, but I bet it felt like it when he set the hook. Keep an eye on those upgrades if possible for Marbot and Robinson as they try to close the gap on Fothergill and Smith. Montevallo versus Auburn, the 13th running of the College Classic bracket. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Yes! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic bracket presented by Lews at Milford Lake.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. 30 minutes and change left in the show today. An hour and 30 before they call it quits on the water, which means there's work to be done for Hayden Marbot and Brody Robinson as we take a look at our Humminbird bird's eye view. Looks like it's down the lake a little bit.
Plenty of time left for these guys. Plenty of time.
No doubt about it. I think we're looking at Tucker Smith right there. Let's take a look at the past champions. I talked about the 13th running of this event. These are the past College Classic bracket champions, starting with Andrew Upshaw, Stephen F. Austin. Back in the day, there wasn't a bracket. It was just partner in the finals competition. Upshaw beat his teammate Ryan Watkins in that. Matt Lee beat Jordan Lee in the finals of that bracket. Jordan Lee beat his partner, Shane Powell. Remember Brett Pruitt in the year you won the championship, Jake. He had that magical schooling window. He was able to defeat Zach Parker from Bethel University. Trevor Lowe took out Josh Bensema in 2015. You lost to Trevor in the semifinals of that year. John Garrett beat Evan Coleman in 2016. Jacob Fouts beat Jake Lee. 2017 at Serpent Lake. Nick Ratliff on this body of water beat Nolan Miner. And then we have Cody Huff, Trevor McKinney, Tristan McCormick, and Louis Minetti. We have 5 current professional anglers on that list, possibly 6, with John Garrett being 1 tournament day of competition away from solidifying his points and qualifying for the Elite Series next year.
You don't call guys who fish the Opens every season pros?
They are not actually professional anglers. No. We have one professional league with Bassmaster, and that is the Bassmaster Elite Series. You can carry yourself like a pro, but
they do it for a living.
Yes. And there are some successful Opens anglers who market themselves well and actually fish for a living.
But fish several other circuits as well, some of them.
Explained my job with H&R Block one year for my taxes, and they put me down as professional fisherman, and I did not say one bit that I fished for a living, but so, you know, I could technically claim it, I guess, too.
That reminds me, Carl Jacobson, when he had to get his visa to get in here. He said, Texas, they understood when he wrote down on all his paperwork as a book professional fisherman. When he came into L.A., he's like, what? What do you mean you're a professional fisherman? He had a little easier ride getting in Texas than in California.
I can imagine.
In L.A.
Oh my God.
I don't know how hard it is for the Canadians. Probably pretty easy for them to
there we go, hook
cross the border.
Going with drum.
Ah.
Yup.
Caught several big ones this year at Lake St. Clair, and it's just like you set the hook and it's like, okay, this is what I need, and you get them to the boat. It's a drum.
Oh.
So deflating.
Especially if it's a good one, huh? How those pike and musky type fish fight. They're about the right size.
Yes.
I gotta catch a good one. It's getting boring. It's just hard to catch a good one this time of day. Until it gets after one, it gets tough.
There you go. Speak it into existence.
On a tube.
Crappie. Crappie.
Depends on where you're from, what it is.
Yes. I messed up. Where I'm from, it's crappie, and I accidentally said crappie. Sac-a-lait speck.
Oh my goodness. White perch, I've heard them call that.
If you want to get your line pulled tight, Milford Lake has got so many different speeds, so many fish in it. Holy cow. Think about it. We've only had 12 cameras out on the water, 8 yesterday, 4 today to see this, and we have seen so many fish catches that help and that hurt these anglers.
Yes.
I was looking at Montevallo's website, and they have like 50 anglers.
There we go.
Wait.
Fishing club.
It might be a crappie, I can't tell. Oh, not a crappie.
Three for three cast. 3 different species.
Quit that. Quit. Crazy little dude. I don't know if he's gonna do it, but we're gonna try. 1-6. Oh, okay. Oop. All right, 1-8. Agree. 5 ounces. It's the 4th time I fished this bank this week. Finally got a bite on it. Oh. Tube.
probably one bait that is at the top of
The other bank always has 2 bites. Let's see if this one does.
the list for most responsible smallmouth fish catches. The tube.
Oh, no doubt. Mark Zona would love to
Yes.
see these anglers, or at least Brody, using a tube to be successful this week.
What's that got me at? 8.11. Man, I need a 3-pounder in a bad way.
3 3/4 actually, Brody, but you're correct, a 3-pounder would do huge work for you. He's got another 1.4 in there, and then the 1.7 he just caught would be the next one to go.
Yeah, he upgraded 1/4 pound. He's at 8.11 right now. 1/4 back. So that 3.5 pounder. That's right even with Tucker Smith.
That's what the tough part of the bracket is. He is right there with his teammate Easton Fothergill's weight. Yet Easton's going to advance currently, and he's going to lose just because of who they're matched up against. It's not necessarily fair, or it's not necessarily random, but fair is fair.
Crappie smacked it. I know at 2.5 this morning sure would look pretty on the list. Ah.
Brody just finished his 2nd year of fishing at the University of Montevallo, entering his junior year this fall. Meanwhile, I believe Fothergill and Dumpke are within a semester of graduating, I believe. They fished 8 years together, Nick said, which would be 4 years of high school, 4 years of college, so this may be their last go-around. And then Tucker's been a youth angler so successful for so long, I don't even know what grade he is. It's like he's been, I feel like he's got to be into his senior year.
The first year he won the high school was what, 18?
18,
19, 20.
So then he was a freshman. He won that in 20, so he was a freshman actually at that time of 20. So the fall of 20, he was a freshman. The fall of 21, he was a sophomore. Fall of 22, he was a junior. Fall of 23, he's a senior. So
True.
he could be, if he does 4-year plan like I did.
Yeah.
If he does a 5-year plan like you did.
It's my 4th year, senior year, so. Yep. Fishing at Auburn the whole time. Loved every minute of it. And was able to fish with Logan Parks when I first got there. And he's doing great in the EQ points. He's got one more tournament and he might become an Elite Series pro, which is really cool. And then I fished with Hayden too, so that's who I fished with now. This thing's stuck.
Two fishing meccas in college fishing, the University of Montevallo and Auburn University. I guess right down the road from each other in all honesty, within an hour of each other. And they are within sight of each other in the bracket this week out on Milford Lake. Easton Fothergill leading his matchup over Hayden Marbot. Montevallo would advance in that bracket. Meanwhile, on the right side, Tucker Smith from Auburn University leading over Brody Robinson. Auburn would advance to the finals of that bracket. We'll keep an eye on all the updates as they happen. Brody added about 4 ounces to his weight just a few minutes ago. Still needs a 3-pounder, and he knows it. Feels it in his gut, and we'll see if he can get it when he comes back.
Live coverage of the 2023 Bassmaster College Classic Bracket is presented by Lews and by Minn Kota. Power Pole. Skeeter Boats. Progressive Insurance. And by wrapup.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. What's going on down there?
Playing on the beach. Some dogs.
This might be the place Such was talking about. We'll get confirmation on that or not.
Beach.
Oh, I got you. Little bit of moves from Brody. Robinson over the last hour or so. 2 upgrades, but not anything absolutely crazy. Still needs a big update if he wants to do better.
Hooked up.
Ooh, yeah, that noise. I think. And when he jumped, he looked a lot better. What's my smallest? 1.4. Pretty close.
The smallest is now 1.5. We'll keep an eye on that.
You good? God, he's already going. Go back.
1.5.
1.4 maybe. I think 1.4 is his small. This 1.5 if he culls. 1.5, 1 ounce cull, and that will now be his smallest fish.
8.12.
So it's really cool.
Tucker hooked up.
I don't know if this one's going to help.
If he does upgrade, he will have officially the biggest bag without being in a tie.
We close. It's
Easton's day one.
Stop wiggling.
One 8.
1.8.
53 ounces.
All righty.
1.8.
Gives him 11.2. Biggest bag the event.
3-ounce Cole for him. He now has a 1.8 is his smallest. He has a 110, a 112, a 112, and a 4.5 pounder. So if you're gonna lose your consistent 2-pounders, at least you have a big one to make up that deficit. When we look at our Phoenix weather watch from today, highs for tomorrow, for tomorrow, highs low 90s, lows in the low 60s. That wind changing just a little bit direction-wise, coming from the south-southeast at 9 to 10 miles an hour for the most part, maybe gusts a little more than that, but that little change in angle could affect the starting spot of Easton Fothergill, could affect Tucker Smith's key rock point with how the water is moved and dispersed there. We'll keep an eye on those two things as they are our unofficial, or I guess official leaders at this point. But looking at the right side of the bracket, Brody Robinson beside Tucker Smith.
What, Jake, you were saying?
Since the last fish for either Easton or Hayden on the left side of the bracket, we have had 8 Tucker Smith catches and 4 Brody Robinson catches. So we've had 12 catches come across the scales for this matchup since the last matchup had any sort of important fish catch happen between the duo.
I don't know what that was about. I know it was a bite. I think another one took me under a rock.
We are closing down our day today on live. They'll have one more hour to fish when we say goodbye to you guys today. Tomorrow, though, our programming, full day coverage. We'll have just an hour break like we usually do. We'll go 3 hours in the morning from 8 to 11 Eastern time. We'll take an hour break. We'll resume at noon, and we will take it all the way up to 4:30 Eastern time. They will check in at 4 Eastern. And then they will do the reveal just a few minutes later. Obviously, we will know as long as Bass Track and the scorecards are completely updated. We will know, but we'll get to watch the reaction as they find out who will become the college bracket champion and go to the Bassmaster Classic for 2024, the 54th running of the Classic over at Grand Lake, Oklahoma. Jake, you won't be in that Classic, but you have fished Grand Lake that time of the year. You had, in your rookie season, I believe 2018, it was an Elite Series event there. We've had Classics there, but both of those were in February.
Yep.
Tell me about mid to late March for Grand Lake.
Man, it's going to be a fantastic tournament. Lots of big fish are going to be caught. Looking for a lot of shallow water power fishing, square bills, square bill crankbaits, spinner baits. Probably some jerk baiting still left to do. Jig, boat docks, looking for those, the back to the boat docks there at Grand Lake are a big time player, but I'm looking for a fantastic shallow water power fishing tournament.
And three favorites. I want to hear besides Jason Christie.
Well, of course. I mean
that tops the list of everybody.
Yeah, so Jason Christie obviously is one of them. Hackney.
Gosh, I mean, there's so many guys that could do really well in that tournament. I mean, it's hard to pick.
I believe Matt Airy has a second, a third, and a fourth at Grand that time of the year in other tournaments.
Hank Cherry, looking for redemption.
Revenge, yeah.
Oh, he almost won there.
That's true.
It'll be interesting to see how our picks go with the three-person panel we have here watching the live show go down. We got two people to choose from. Are we going to be all on one, or who's the outnumbered guy going with the others? We'll have to write down our picks and reveal them so that there's no skew in our picking. We're not just picking the other guy just to pick them, but our heart of hearts who will advance. Right now, in this matchup, the 1-4 matchup on the left side of the bracket, Easton Fothergill still leading. I'm getting a little more and more worried for him, not today because he's got enough weight to advance, but for tomorrow. His starting spot wasn't as successful as it was the prior day, and his afternoon wasn't as successful as yesterday either. So Easton is kind of taking a step back in productivity for his morning spot and afternoon pattern. I don't know if he's holding back. Maybe we, in the last couple minutes, can get an update from him on if he's looking for new areas for tomorrow or if he's actually tried to upgrade throughout the last hour or two as he's gone pretty radio silent on his bass track.
I'm going to say this. If Easton gets started off strong in the morning, he wins.
We started pretty strong every day.
If he does, if it's
what's strong to you?
If he's
tell me the definition of strong.
If he can get a couple 2.5 pounders, if he can get a couple key fish, I'm not really worried about him catching a limit. If he can get a couple key fish off of his morning spots,
1 3/4 to 2.5.
Correct. I think he wins. If he doesn't get off to a good start, I think Tucker's going to be tough to beat. But again, all this can change. Tucker was, the last one or the lowest weight yesterday. Without a 4.5 pounder, he's not. He's not blowing it out either.
It's hard to say as well. Tucker had a tough day yesterday when Easton really crushed him. Today, Tucker is overwhelmingly better day weight-wise than Easton was today. So they both get to share in the glory of having the top weight.
If it holds out, I think Tucker's that deeper spot, that rock that he caught the 4.5. If it can still produce tomorrow, Fothergill, you said, if he has that good start and finds a little bit bigger quality instead of he had a 2.7 this morning with a 1 3/4 and a 1.10.
Right.
Everything else though, nothing's been over 1.10 besides those two first big fish. But nothing to say Tucker can catch a 4.8 tomorrow.
That's right.
So we may have a battle to 10 pounds. First 1 to 10 wins, maybe.
And who knows? Both guys may go out tomorrow and prove us all wrong, and it be close to 13 pounds like it was in 18 here. They may, go out and the fish are biting tomorrow. So
I would just let's just see some topwater tomorrow.
That'd be great.
And not white bass either. I want to see some smallmouth on topwater, maybe a largemouth on topwater.
Catfish on the top water?
Yeah.
Hey.
Walleye?
I believe back in the day, speaking of the college series, Jordan Lee, I believe we had him on live one day. He threw a crankbait out, a deep plug, threw it out, had a backlash, and it's just floating on the surface. And by the time he got his backlash picked out, he set the hook, and it was a catfish came up and ate his crankbait off the surface. So we've seen crazier topwater catches.
Probably one of the craziest crankbait bites that I've ever had, and it was a bass. Throw my crankbait out there, the back hook is caught in the line, so I'm reeling my crankbait out, and it's doing circles on top of the water. 5-pounder comes up and grabs it.
Oh, my.
That's the original plopper. That's the original plopper.
Tucker hooked up?
Tucker Smith hooked
Nope,
up.
yep. There's a big one.
That. Oh,
yes,
wow. Let's go.
Bass drum.
He didn't really fight that hard.
Is that a smallmouth buffalo?
I think that might be. That might be
we
a
talked
carp,
about the
buffalo
60-pounder. That's not quite 60, but that is a biggin.
There he goes.
We might have to make
got
that
him
the replay of the day. We had our hearts skip a beat for Tucker Smith there to maybe upgrade once again. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Ronnie Moore here with Jake Whitaker and Mike Sukon. Jake, you've been able to watch 2 full days of competition. I'm going to put your all's feet to the fire. If no one makes an upgrade in the last hour, and it is Easton Fothergill winning from the left side of the bracket, Tucker Smith from the right, give me your prediction on who you think will advance to the Bassmaster Classic after tomorrow.
Like I just said, if Easton can get a couple good bites first thing in the morning on his starting area, and hey, he's going to have access to that other area that his partner was fishing not far, so going to have that all to himself. If he can get a couple of those 2.5, hey, and maybe squeeze in a 3-pounder in the morning, get off to a good start, I'm going to take Easton to take it all tomorrow.
Such, any way that Tucker wins, what's the way?
Tucker seems like he's got the momentum. He's figured it out. He's got a early bite, but then the late bite at that rock, he's really doing well. I think he's going to avenge his loss from 2 years ago to Tristan McCormick and get to the Bassmaster Classic in 2024.
Yeah, great opportunity for both. I don't have any headgear like Lee Corso to put on or anything like that, but I do have the utmost confidence in both of these anglers. I think, though, Tucker Smith may have figured something out today. It'll be interesting to see with similar conditions tomorrow. It's been a great day, too, with 4 anglers fishing. What an awesome opportunity for these anglers. A lifetime of dreams and hard work culminating to this College Classic bracket, an opportunity to fish the Bassmaster Classic. Most of the time, a classic watched in person or on TV has been the recipe for an angler to get hooked the rest of his life in pursuit of that goal. They'll have the opportunity to accomplish it tomorrow. Tucker Smith, Easton Fothergill. You're either going to have a national champion have a shot at the College Classic bracket victory, or the Team of the Year angler, Easton Fothergill. 2 anglers left. Hey, there's still an hour left of fishing. A 4-pounder can still win it for Robinson or Marbot in their matchup.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on Bass Track. Wait for the reveal and the homepage on Bassmaster.com. Like we said earlier, we will see you all day long tomorrow, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Actually, 8 a.m. to 4:30 Eastern Time. A big, big day to end the College Series season. We will have more coverage than we've ever had for you tomorrow from start to finish. We will see you on Bassmaster.com in the morning.